of a powerful empire. In the 17th century BC, King Hattusili I rose to power. His reign is often considered the true foundation of the Hittite state. During the reign of Hattusili, the Hittite army conquered many cities across Anatolia. These victories helped transform the Hittites into a regional power. Under King Mursili I, the Hittite army marched deep into Mesopotamia, launching one of the most surprising campaigns of the ancient world. In 1595 BC, the Hittites captured Babylon. This dramatic event changed the balance of power in Mesopotamia. After the Babylon campaign, the Hittite kingdom entered a period of instability, marked by palace intrigues and power struggles. By the 14th century BC, the Hittites regained strength and expanded across Anatolia and much of northern Syria. The Hittite capital Hattusa grew into a powerful city, surrounded by massive defensive walls. It became not only the capital, but also the political and military center of the empire. The Hittites expanded across much of Anatolia and northern Syria, becoming one of the dominant powers of the region. During the reign of Suppiluliuma I, the Hittite Empire reached a new height of power. He is considered one of the greatest rulers in Hittite history. Under the leadership of Suppiluliuma, the Hittite armies began advancing beyond Anatolia. Many cities in Syria came under Hittite control. These conquests turned the Hittite Empire into one of the most powerful states of the ancient Near East. One of Suppiluliuma's greatest achievements was defeating the kingdom of Mitanni. With this victory, the Hittites gained control over many important cities in Syria. The fall of Mitanni helped establish the Hittite Empire as one of the dominant powers of the ancient Near East. One of the greatest strengths of the Hittite army was the Por chariot. These vehicles, operated by a crew of 3, provided speed and maneuverability on the battlefield. With their chariots, the Hittites became one of the most formidable military powers of the ancient world. The Hittite Empire grew not only through military power, but also through trade networks. Trade routes connecting Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and Syria were under Hittite control. Through these routes, copper, silver, textiles, and valuable goods were transported, strengthening the empire's economy. The Hittites recorded state documents on clay tablets, using cuneiform writing. Thousands of these tablets have been discovered in the capital city of Hattusa. Thanks to these records, historians have learned a great deal about Hittite laws, treaties, and daily life. The Hittites practiced a polytheistic religion and were sometimes called the people of 1,000 gods. Gods from many different cultures became part of the Hittite belief system. The sanctuary of Yatsalakhaya was one of the most important religious sites where these gods were carved into massive rock reliefs. However, the rise of the Hittite Empire made conflict inevitable. The cities of Syria held great strategic value for both the Hittites and Egypt. This rivalry would soon bring the two great empires face to face near the city of Kadesh. To the south, another great empire was rising, Egypt. Pharaoh Ramses II sought to expand his influence over Syria. For this reason, the powerful Egyptian army began marching toward the city of Kadesh. In 1274 BC, the Hittite and Egyptian armies met near the city of Kadesh. In the early moments of the battle, the Hittites launched a surprise attack. Their fast-moving chariots struck the Egyptian forces and created chaos across the battlefield. But the battle was not over. Pharaoh Ramses II rallied his forces and personally led the counterattack. The Egyptian army regrouped and managed to halt the Hittite advance. The battle raged for hours. Chariots, infantry, and archers fought fiercely across the desert battlefield. The Battle of Kadesh became one of the largest conflicts of the ancient world. By the end of the day, there was no clear winner. Both the Hittites and the Egyptians had suffered heavy losses. The Battle of Kadesh was remembered as a massive clash between two great empires. After the Battle of Kadesh, the two great empires chose diplomacy. The Hittites and Egyptians signed what is considered the first known written peace treaty in history. This agreement marked the beginning of a long period of peace between the two states. After the Treaty of Kadesh, a new era began between the Hittites and Egypt. Instead of war, the two great empires chose diplomacy and trade. Envoys were exchanged between the royal courts, strengthening relations between the two states. After the Treaty of Kadesh, the Hittite Empire remained powerful for some time. The capital city of Hattusa, with its massive walls, temples and royal palaces, stood as one of the greatest cities of Anatolia. But the fate of this powerful empire would soon begin to change. In 1200 BC, as catastrophes loomed, the great king made a difficult choice. At dawn, the last hope of the Hittites and their sacred relics were quietly carried out of Hattusa's gates. The capital was being abandoned to a deep silence. As the convoy abandoned the city, the empire's fate was already sealed. A mysterious enemy from the sea was setting coastal cities ablaze. This was the great invasion that would bring about the end of the Bronze Age. These invaders were not just looting, they were dismantling an entire civilization. The famed Hittite chariots and bronze weapons proved useless against these warriors of the Iron Age. The ports, the Hittites' gateways to the outside world, fell one by one. The Sea Peoples were not just taking land, they were severing the trade arteries of civilization. While the Hittite army fought deep in Anatolia, the coasts were left completely defenseless. Fire and smoke became the new fate of the once glorious Hittite cities. And so, a millennium-old titan fell. This great destruction, brought by the Sea Peoples, was the final nail in the coffin of the Hittite Empire. As the order of the known world crumbled, Anatolia was plunged into a deep, dark silence that would last. For centuries, the Hittites were gone, leaving behind only ashes scattered by the wind and secrets buried beneath the earth. The Hittites may have disappeared from history, but their legacy remains part of the story of human civilization, and we will continue exploring history in chronological order. Follow the channel so you don't miss the next great civilization. The towering cedar trees atop the mountains of Lebanon were the pens that wrote the destiny of the Phoenicians. These trees were so remarkably strong that the ships built from them defied the fierce waves of the Mediterranean. It all began with a voice lost among the dusty pages of history, beyond written history. The masters of the sea lay quietly in wait. With the launching of these vessels into the sea, history's first true seafaring people emerged. The Phoenicians were not a single empire, but a series of interconnected giant port cities. Tyre and Sidon were like impenetrable fortresses built upon the sea. These ports became the first great metropolises where goods, languages, and cultures from across the world blended together. The heart of maritime trade beat here. And the wealth of Phoenicia flourished within these harbors. Tyrian purple, obtained from sea snails, was more valuable than even gold in the ancient world. This special color was produced through the laborious processing of thousands of sea mollusks. Over time, this color became an indispensable status symbol for kings, emperors, and nobles. The greatest secret of Phoenicia's economic power and wealth lay hidden in this unique purple dye. But Phoenicia represented not only trade, but also an impenetrable defense. A circular waterway leading to the center, with a small island in the middle, where the admiral was positioned. When the enemy entered, they would find themselves facing a massive fleet. This was strategy written in stone and water. The Cotton Harbor, rising in Carthage, was the most advanced military engineering marvel of the ancient world. From the outside, this circular harbor appeared to be a quiet trading center, but inside, there were secret hangars housing more than 200 warships. According to legend, Phoenician merchants discovered glass by chance while lighting a fire on the beach. Turning this coincidence into a magnificent craft, the Phoenicians became one of the first peoples to succeed in shaping glass by blowing. Transparent glass vessels, elegant vases, and colorful beads became the most sought-after luxury goods, everywhere from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. Glass craftsmanship proved their aesthetic sense and commercial intelligence to the entire world. They were drops of light spreading to every corner of the Mediterranean. This was the greatest proof of how the Phoenicians mastered the elements of nature, fire, and sand. Now we turn our camera thousands of miles away, across the Atlantic Ocean, to the rainforests of Mexico. While the Phoenicians were shaping glass, the Olmecs, a major culture of the Americas, were rising to prominence. They were carving colossal basalt rocks to erect mysterious 20-ton statues and developing complex calendars. While the Phoenicians navigated by looking at the stars, the Olmecs used those same stars to build their pyramids. Two different worlds, with one shared curiosity: the sky. Meanwhile, in the east, in the heart of China, the Zhou dynasty reigned supreme. This empire, which proclaimed the sanctity of governance, with the concept of the regency of the heavens, was laying the foundations of philosophy and social order. While purple-dyed fabrics adorned kings in the west, an empire of silk and wisdom was rising in the east. Varsalan met in history was like a gigantic machine beating, unaware of each other, but at the same pace. They set aside complex hieroglyphs and cuneiform scripts to create the first alphabet, consisting of only 22 letters. Thanks to this revolutionary invention, reading and writing moved beyond the monopoly of palaces and reached the common people and merchants. The foundation of the modern alphabets we use today was laid with this knot tied by Phoenician scribes thousands of years ago. The Phoenicians did not just build ships, they also learned to read the language of the sea. They were the first sailors to find their way during night voyages by following the North Star, known at the time as the Phoenician Star. Their double-rowed galleys, the biremes, provided both agility in war and high capacity in trade. This technological superiority made them the undisputed sole masters of the open seas. They were the only people who dared to cross the Pillars of Hercules, known today as the Strait of Gibraltar, which was considered the end of the known world. They fearlessly ventured into the fierce waters of the Atlantic Ocean, circumnavigated the African continent, and reached the British Isles to trade in tin. For them, the horizon was not a limit, but the beginning of a new world waiting to be discovered. These courageous expeditions changed the geographical knowledge of antiquity forever. Carthage, whose foundations were laid with the exile story of Princess Dido, soon reached a power that would overshadow even its mother city, Tyre. This new city rising on the North African coast became the most magnificent fortress of the Phoenician spirit and commercial genius. Carthage was not just a colony, it was the new master of the Western Mediterranean and the center of a massive empire that would rival Rome. This rise ensured the spread of Phoenician influence throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. One of the greatest strategic battles in history took place before the city of Tyre, which was considered impenetrable. To capture this island city on the sea, Alexander the Great achieved a massive feat of engineering by building a causeway from the shore to the island. This relentless siege, lasting for months, was not just the fall of a city, but a historical turning point where the Phoenician city-states began their physical decline. With this event, the absolute dominance of the ancient world over the seas began to change hands. Even though the Phoenicians have withdrawn from the stage of history, their indelible footprints still remain in every letter we write today, in our maritime rules, and in our global trade system. They were the first true global civilization to connect distant lands. Their courage, intelligence, and cultural legacy continue to shine like jewels embedded in the foundations of the modern world. Although the masters of the sea are gone, we touch the legacy they left behind every single day. The ancient world was far larger than we imagined, bound together by invisible threads. From Phoenicia to America, from China to Africa, humanity built with the same unwavering determination. In the next episode, we'll explore the great turning point where these civilizations met. Don't forget to subscribe and join this vast journey. The jungles of Mexico hid America's greatest secret for thousands of years. This dense green canopy carried the traces of a massive genius isolated from the modern world. In 1862, a peasant found the first colossal head underground, changing American history. Around 1200 BC, a massive civilization suddenly rose in these jungles. Without any preparation phase, they directly reached the peak in architecture and art. Before the Aztecs and Mayans were on the scene, the Olmecs had already discovered the calendar and writing. They are the mother culture that laid the foundation for all great Mesoamerican cultures. The name Olmec was given to them by the Aztecs thousands of years later, meaning rubber people. What they called themselves in their own language remained hidden in the dark and lost pages of history. It still astonishes the scientific world that they emerged with such flawless stonework without a primitive beginning. It was as if this advanced technical knowledge had come to them from across the ocean. Olmec engineers built massive artificial mountains by moving millions of cubic meters of earth in the middle of the swamp. These structures were designed to prevent destructive floods and to be closer to the sacred sky. Water channels carefully carved from stone are one of the most advanced hydraulic engineering examples of the ancient world. This system, which brought continuous clean water to the city, is tangible proof of the Olmec's technical genius. The Olmecs went down in history not only for their giant stone heads, but also for the rubber balls they developed. By processing latex obtained from rubber trees growing in forests, they managed to produce flexible and durable balls. These balls formed the basis of the sacred ball game played in Mesoamerica. The game was not just entertainment, it also represented cosmic symbolism. The ball symbolized the sun or planets in the sky, and the player's struggle depicted the battle between order and chaos in the universe. The rubber technology developed by the Olmecs later spread to the Maya and Aztec civilizations, marking the beginning of a tradition that would last for thousands of years. Every street and structure in the city is not random, but aligned according to specific star systems and planets. They were the first astrologers to successfully translate the divine order of the sky into a city plan on Earth. They not only observed the sky, but also interpreted the cycles of Venus and the movements of the stars as sacred signs. This cosmic understanding would later form the basis of the advanced celestial calendars and astrological traditions of the Mayan civilization. How did a people without wheels or pack animals bring these blocks from the mountains 100 kilometers away? This journey across the turbulent waters of rivers is one of the greatest puzzles in the history of engineering. The thick lips and wide nose structures on the statues contrast greatly with indigenous American genetics. These characteristic facial features may be a sign of a secret intercontinental bond in the ancient world. The helmets on the heads bear striking and inexplicable similarities to ancient Middle Eastern and Phoenician warrior helmets. These details show that history is much more complex and connected than what we are told. Each head has its own expression and soul. These are not just statues, but copies of living kings. The Olmecs defied time by carving the immortality of their leaders into these massive stones. According to Olmec belief, the head is the most important center where the soul, intelligence, and sacred power are gathered. Of the body, they aim to preserve the essence of the person. Deep hammer marks on some heads are the result of a ceremonial ritual performed when a leader died. These marks were left to release the dead king's power from the stone and send his soul to eternity. Many colossal heads were hidden by being buried underground in a grand ceremony shortly after being made. These statues may have been intended to serve the underworld gods rather than the physical world. The colossal statues face the precise coordinates where the sun rises and sets during the solstices. These massive stones were also fixed observation points used by the civilization to measure time. Long-bearded strangers with different clothing, never seen among the local people, are depicted in the reliefs. These figures are the memory of mysterious guides who set foot on the American continent thousands of years ago. The La Venta Pyramid is America's first pyramid and symbolizes a sacred volcano. This massive earthen structure was the first spiritual bridge the Olmecs built between heaven and earth. Giant mosaics buried underground are secret gifts, prepared for the gods and hidden from human eyes. Thousands of tons of precious jade were laid deep in the earth to form complex serpent motifs. The tools they made from hematite may be the first examples of a compass, showing they discovered the Earth's magnetic field. This technology proves they tracked not just the stars, but the invisible forces of the Earth. The Olmecs processed obsidian as smooth as a mirror to direct light and energy into dark temples. These mirrors were used in rituals, both for divination and to control the power of the sun. They saw jade as the sacred color of life, water, and eternity, valuing it more than gold. The most skilled artisans carved hard stones, as fine as silk, to create immortal masks. The Cascile block is the oldest and most mysterious, evidence of the first complex writing system in the Americas. The symbols on this stone are one of the ancient world's greatest unsolved linguistic puzzles. The Olmecs developed a number system of dots and bars capable of complex astronomical calculations. This mathematical genius allowed them to accurately measure cycles spanning thousands of years. Being one of the first civilizations to use zero as a digit shows the depth of their mathematical knowledge. The concept of zero was a symbol of their understanding of the void and eternity of the universe. The Olmecs' adoption of this understanding shows that they were not only mathematicians, but also great philosophers who contemplated everything in the universe. By interlocking two different calendars, they perfectly controlled time from both religious and agricultural perspectives. This system is a massive legacy that would form the basis of the Mayan calendar thousands of years later. The Olmec's greatest god was a half-human, half-jaguar, being representing power and the underworld. This figure symbolized the union of nature's wild power and human intelligence. Mysterious baby-faced figures were sacred spirits, representing rain from the sky and the fertility of the earth. These statues were offerings for the continuation of the agricultural cycle that fed society. It was believed that priests transformed into jaguars during rituals and communicated with the spirit world. This shamanic transformation was the most feared and respected ritual of Olmec society. Sacrificial ceremonies to please the gods and maintain the balance of the universe began in the dark corners of Olmec temples. These bloody rituals were seen as a price to be paid for the continuation of life. They consecrated caves as massive mouths opening to the realm of the dead and the dwellings of the gods. These dark passages were sacred spaces where the fine line between life and death met. The oldest traces of the Mayans' famous feathered serpent god Kukulkan are hidden in these old depictions of winged snakes. This motif represented the eternal connection between earth and sky and wisdom. They saw mountains as the true home of the gods and built massive altars to reach these peaks. Every mountain was a ladder stretching to the sky and a source of divine power. Around 400 BC, these massive cities began to be abandoned, suddenly and mysteriously. Although there is no certain evidence as to why the population dispersed, environmental disasters are the most likely possibility. The shifting of riverbeds and volcanic eruptions may have completely collapsed their agricultural systems. Nature, taking back the fertility it offered, also paved the way for the end of this great civilization. This was not an escape, but a farewell ceremony. They entrusted those imposing, wise faces to the compassionate embrace of the earth, so that the spirits of their kings, even if their cities were destroyed, would live forever in the heart of the land. This was not a defeat, but an act of preserving memory and honor. Although the Olmec civilization vanished, their language, beliefs, and calendar systems were inherited by the Mayans and Aztecs. Every great culture in Central America, from pyramid construction to the writing system, was born from this legacy they left behind. The foreign facial features on the colossal stone heads and underground cities discovered with LiDAR technology still make researchers think about mysterious connections. These statues may be proof that human history united much earlier than we thought. This is perhaps the most intriguing question. What if the Olmecs weren't silent witnesses to the history we know, but rather a missing link in a forgotten global network? What if those stony faces were the memories of visitors or ancestors from across the oceans? Olmec, the beginning of civilization, mystery itself, and the common heritage of humanity. Remember, these colossal heads deep in the jungles continue to whisper the truth and ancient knowledge to us. The beginning of civilization, mystery itself, and the common heritage of humanity. We will continue to trace these ancient secrets. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to join us on this journey into the depths of history, and not miss the rest of the series. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, in the caves of Zhoukoudian, primitive humans control fire for the first time. The struggle for survival begins amidst dark forests and wild animals. As the Ice Age ends, people leave the caves and settle. Along the Yellow River, the first millet fields are planted, and the art of painted pottery leaves the first marks of civilization. Around 2500 BC, society becomes complex. Longshaned people build high walls and produce technological marvels, pitch black, glossy, eggshell-thin pottery. The legendary Yellow Emperor Huangdi gathers the scattered warrior tribes along the Yellow River under one roof, laying the political and cultural foundation of Chinese civilization. Empress Li Su, while sitting under a mulberry tree in her garden, unspools silk fibers from a cocoon that fell into her teacup, starting the silk weaving that would dominate the world for millennia. Let us witness how the fate of a river, the fate of a people, and the determination of one man intertwined, and how a dynasty was born. Here, we understand how Great Yu transformed into a legend by harnessing the destructive power of nature to serve humanity. Great Yu, working for 13 years to stop the deadly floods of the Yellow River, drains the water to the sea by digging massive canals and establishes China's first official dynasty, Xia, with the people's gratitude. Shang priests cracked turtle shells and fire to read the will of the gods. The symbols engraved on these cracks become the earliest ancestors of Chinese writing. The last Shang king, Di Xin, falls in love with the legendarily beautiful but cruel Daji, indulging in luxury in palaces with lakes of wine, while his people starve. The virtuous Zhou leader Wu unites the tribes and defeats the Shang army at the Battle of Mai. King Di Xin sets himself on fire with his treasures, ending the dynasty. Zhou kings declare they have received the mandate of heaven. They established China's first major feudal system by distributing land to nobles gathered in the palace square. Amidst political turmoil, the sage Confucius teaches morality and loyalty to his students under a willow tree as philosophies that will forever change China's mindset begin to flourish. As central authority collapses, China divides into 7 great states. Technology shifts from bronze to iron, and massive armies clash to rule all of China. Ending the warring states period, Qin Shi Huang declares himself the first emperor. He unifies the 7 kingdoms under one flag while standardizing weights, currency, and writing. To stop nomadic raids from the north, the emperor connects previously built walls into a massive defense line. Thousands of workers raise the world's largest structure on mountain peaks. Fearing death, the emperor buries thousands of clay soldiers underground, each with a unique face, to protect him in the afterlife. The Silk Road carried not only silken horses, but also the arts and riches it encompassed. As China encountered the world beyond its walls, it was also experiencing an enlightenment within itself. The stability of the Han Dynasty paved the way for some of history's most brilliant inventions and cultural achievements. Now, it is witnessing an invention that will change the very end, and a history that will never allow the past to be lost. CSI Lan, an official in the Han court, produces the first real paper by mixing tree bark and old rags. This invention changes the world by allowing knowledge to move from bamboo sticks to light pages. The capital Tianjin becomes the largest and wealthiest city in the world. In palaces with vast gardens, poets, musicians, and scientists produce the most elegant examples of Chinese art. A massive fleet on the Yangtze River is engulfed in flames as the strategic genius Zhu Liang turns the wind. Unified, smaller armies engulf the tyrant Cao's massive force in fire. Three legendary warriors under blooming peach trees, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, swear an oath to remain brothers until death, to protect the people and save the empire. The wise Zhu Liang sits on the city walls with a feather fan, stopping the enemy with a single musical note. He proves to the world that intelligence is superior to brute force. The Tang capital Chang'an becomes the world's largest city, with a population of 1 million. Arab, Persian, and Indian merchants from the Silk Road gather in markets, filled with silk and spices. Wu Zixin, the first and only woman to sit on the throne in Chinese history, rules the empire with her intelligence and iron fist. She takes the power of women in society and the grandeur of art to its peak. Wise poets Li Bai and Du Fu write their poems by the river, under the moonlight, as Chinese literature and painting produce the most elegant examples that will not be forgotten for millennia. Towards the end of the 10th dynasty, in the 800s AD, 9th century Chinese alchemists accidentally invent gunpowder while searching for the elixir of immortality in their laboratories. Although this explosive mixture was initially just a matter of curiosity, it ignited the fuse of a fire that would radically change human history. This revolutionary secret is carried to the Arab world, and then to Europe via the Silk Road. Caravans setting out from China carry not only silk and spices, but also the formula for this destructive power that will shake the world on an intercontinental journey, forever changing the nature of war. This technology reaches its peak during the Song dynasty. Gunpowder arrows and the first cannons begin to roar on the battlefields. Chinese civilization now guides the world, not only with its philosophy, but also with its engineering. From the first fire by the Yellow River to the world shaking invention of gunpowder, Chinese civilization, like a river, flowing uninterrupted for thousands of years, shaped the soul with its philosophy and the world with its engineering. On this journey, we only saw the foundations, the wisdom of Confucius, the ambition of the first emperor, and the grandeur of the Silk Road. Deep within the jungle, a civilization forgotten by time once rose. In the deep jungles of Central America, a civilization was born. A civilization beyond time. What an accurate description. The verdant lands of Mesoamerica, a civilization that was constantly evolving, not just in its calendars. Its pyramids were ladders reaching to the sky, and each GLF on its walls was a code whispering the secrets of the universe. For centuries, it was hidden by nature. Here are those lost ruins, once nestled in nature. Every stone, every vine tells a story. But this civilization would change the world. The Maya civilization spread across a vast region, It all began with small villages. Corn was at the center of life. To them, humans were created from maize. Villages slowly transformed into great cities. Cities rose in the heart of the jungle. Stone structures reached toward the sky. They built massive pyramids without metal, only with intelligence. Engineering, without using wheels, iron tools, or pack animals. They built pyramids overlooking the sky by moving tons of stone deep into the forests. Population. The total population of the cities exceeded 10 million during this period. These structures were not just architecture, they were connected to the sky. On certain days, sunlight touched the pyramids and moved like a serpent of light. Architecture. They developed an acoustic, an astronomica. Architecture so precise that during the equinoxes, the sun's rays would cast a serpentine shadow on the pyramid steps. The Maya watched the skies. The stars were their guide. Astronomy and calendar. They calculated the movements of Venus with accuracy. The solar calendar they developed differs from our modern calendar by only seconds. They tracked planetary movements, especially Venus, which was crucial to them. They tried to understand time and found ways to measure it. They created complex calendars, still incredibly accurate today. They were one of the first civilizations in the world to use the concept of 00. They developed a base 20 number system. Writing system. They possessed the most advanced writing system hieroglyphs in the Americas. They wrote history books using over 800 symbols. The Maya writing system was advanced, combining symbols and sounds. They imprisoned Venus in time, carved history into stone, and discovered zero. They carved their stories into stone, leaving records of kings and wars. Kings were not just rulers, they were believed to speak with gods. Rituals were part of daily life. Everything had meaning. Sacrifices were made for the gods to maintain balance in the universe. But the Maya world was not peaceful. Cities were constantly at war. Wars were fought for power. Blood was spilled for control. Captives were highly valued. They meant both power and ritual. Then nature began to change. Drought made life harder. Agriculture began to fail. The land was no longer as fertile. Cities were slowly abandoned. People left their homes behind. Massive structures stood empty. The jungle reclaimed everything. A great civilization collapsed, but the reason remains unclear. One thing is certain: the collapse was sudden and deep. But the Maya people did not disappear. They continued to live on. Today, millions of Mayas still exist. Their culture and language live on. Their past still lives within them, and their story continues. The Maya civilization transcended time, leaving a deep mark on humanity. And some mysteries remain unsolved. Perhaps they never will be. The secrets of ancient civilizations and codes from the past. Stay tuned for more. 40 kilometers northeast of Mexico City lies a mystery. Its name comes from the Aztecs, the birthplace of the gods. But they didn't found this city. They discovered it. In the 1400s, when they looked at these ruins, they gave them names, but they didn't understand them. Because Teotihuacan doesn't speak. There's writing on it, but it's undecipherable. They have kings, but their names are lost. And today, 2,000 years later, we are still asking the same question: who were they? In 100 BC, while the Roman Republic was being established and the Qin dynasty was rising, something else was happening here. In the middle of the valley, there was no river, no harbor, but someone was building one of the world's greatest cities. No wheels, no iron, but 100,000 men and a plan, a terrible plan. The plan for Teotihuacan is a message, a 2-kilometer-long boulevard, the way of the dead. Why the dead? Because along this road, there are small hills, graves, but who is in them? We don't know. The tombs have been plundered, perhaps kings, perhaps priests, perhaps victims. But this path is not just a street. It is an axis between the earth and the sky. In the middle of the road, the Pyramid of the Sun, 65 meters high, 225 meters base. In terms of volume, it is larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. But it's different. This pyramid is made of limestone and volcanic tuff, and it's not hollow. In the 1970s, a tunnel was discovered. It's 100 meters long. From underground towards the very center of the pyramid. But what's in the center? A tomb? A treasure? No, a room. And in that room, in 2015, mercury was found. Tons of mercury, liquid metal, for the journey of souls, for the passage of the dead. Mercury is poison, but it is also immortality. Chinese emperors also drank mercury to become immortal. They died in Teotihuacan. Mercury is perhaps the same thing, a quest for immortality. But for whom? For a king, or for the city itself? At the end of the road, the Pyramid of the Moon, smaller, older, more mysterious. 12 platforms in front of it, 12 in number, 12 moons, 12 planets, 12 gods. We don't know. But we know that this pyramid is more sacred than the Pyramid of the Sun. Because here, there are sacrifices, human sacrifices, children, animals, all for a ritual. Every 12 years, every 52 years, at the 0 point of the sacred calendar, we don't know, but the bones speak, and blood has seeped into the stones. The pyramids are fascinating, but the real Teotihuacan was here. Lavend, Tetatla, Sakawala. The names are modern, but the buildings are 2,000 years old. Multi-story apartment buildings. The first apartment buildings. Perhaps each one housed 60 to 100 people. families, craftsmen, merchants, and on the wall of every room, paintings. Red, green, yellow. There's no wall without a jaguar, because the jaguar is power, and the feathered serpent, and the feathered snake. Quetzalcoatl, sky and wind, knowledge and death at the same time. Teotihuacan is a manufacturing center, obsidian, volcanic glass, the sharpest blade in the world, 100 times sharper than surgical steel, and this obsidian is everywhere. In Guatemala, in Honduras, all over Mexico. Trade, but how? No wheels, no animals. People carried things on their backs, 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and what did they get in return? Jade from Guatemala, 1,000 kilometers, feathers from the Amazon, seashells from the Pacific. This city is the center of a network, and this network has enveloped the continent. But Teotihuacan isn't just rich. Everything is planned. The streets are like cages. Every block is a square. Water, sewage, perhaps. 2,000 years ago, and there are no portraits of kings, no monuments. How was this city governed? The priestly class? A military aristocracy? Or a system we don't understand? Perhaps the first megacity, the first anonymous power. 1,000 kilometers to the south, another world, the Maya, Tikal city-states, hieroglyphic writing, kings. But in 378 AD, something changes in Tikal. A new dynasty, a new architecture, and this architecture comes from Teotihuacan, Stela 31, stone monument. On it, a figure, Teotihuacan-style clothing, black glasses, the black-eyed squirrel. Its name is the black-eyed squirrel, and from that day on, Tikal grows up. It's fighting, it's expanding. Did Teotihuacan influence the Maya, or did it invade them? In Guatemala, at Caminal-Ju, there's the Teotihuacan pyramid, the same style, the same technique. In Honduras, in Copan, there is Teotihuacan obsidian. This is not just trade. This is power, perhaps an embassy. Perhaps a prince ascended the throne through marriage. Perhaps an army came and changed a dynasty. But the result is the same. The influence of Teotihuacan stretches thousands of kilometers. This is not a city, it is an empire. Silent, unwritten, but real. And here's the interesting thing, the Maya wrote. They recorded everything, but about Teotihuacan, they wrote almost nothing. It was simply, that day, people came from faraway lands. Faraway lands, 1,000 kilometers, and then, silence. Why was Teotihuacan so frightening, or so secretive? Around 550 AD, maybe 600 AD, it's not certain, but something is happening. The city center is burning. The temples are being destroyed. The temple of the feathered serpent in particular. Symbols are being broken. Statues are being shattered. Is this an external attack or an internal rebellion? Climate change, drought, Lake Texcoco is drying up, agriculture is collapsing, 100,000 people are going hungry, or the obsidian trade is stopping, all is disappearing. But this isn't 100 years. People are leaving, apartments are being emptied. Some are going to Maya lands. Tutikal. Tokopan. They're taking their knowledge, their beliefs with them. Some are going up into the mountains, to the high plains. And the city is being forgotten. Right? No. Because 600 years later, the Aztecs arrive, and they don't forget. They call it the birthplace of the gods, and they build temples here for their gods, layer upon layer, history upon history. The 1900s. Archaeology begins. The Porfirio Diaz era. Mexico is modernizing, and Teotihuacan becomes a tourist destination. But science progresses slowly. The 1970s, the tunnel is discovered. 1980s, radar. More structures beneath the city. 2003, a new chamber beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. 2015, Mercury. And still, something new every year. The 2020s, LiDAR, remote sensing, and we still can't decipher the writing. We still don't know the names of the kings. Today, Teotihuacan is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Every year, it receives 4 million visitors, but still, the same mystery remains. Who were they? Why did they go? And, perhaps most importantly, what can we learn from them? The collapse of megacities, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality. All of these existed 2,000 years ago, and we're still asking the same questions. Teotihuacan is silent, but its stones speak. Every step is a message. Every wall tells a story. And we just listen. 2,000 years later, we're still listening. Because some places are outside of time. Some questions must remain unanswered. Perhaps that is why it is still there, waiting. The birthplace of the gods, and perhaps of us too. Teotihuacan is still being excavated. Every new discovery updates this film. The city was aligned. Mercury discovered in 2015. Everything was deliberately analyzed. The writing system remains a mystery. Everything followed a deliberate plan. And perhaps we could never figure out should remain mysteries. Why they were built. Here they are, pyramids beneath the aligned stars. This city exists. There's secrets forever hidden, but no one knows who built it. One of the greatest mysteries in human history. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. There is a city 400 meters above the Oaxaca Valley, on top of a mountain, Monte Alban. The White Mountain. This name was given by the Spaniards, who arrived in the 16th century, but they did not found this city. The Zapotecs built this city, yet even today, we still do not know the original name they gave to this mountain, because the Zapotec writing system has not yet been fully deciphered. 700 BC, that's 300 years before Rome founded the city. The Olmecs had collapsed. The Mayans were rising. But here, in southern Mexico, something else was happening. A people leveling the mountaintop, a construction project that lasted 300 years, and the resulting city with a population of 15,000 terraces, temples, observatories, and a message: we are here and we are watching. The construction of Monte Alban seems like madness. Why the top of the mountain? Why 400 meters up? Defense, perhaps, but there's more to it. Surveillance, control. The Oaxaca Valley is one of Mexico's most fertile agricultural areas. And this mountain is right in the middle of the valley. It sees everything. It controls everything. The city center, Grand Plaza, 300 meters long, 200 meters wide, flat, symmetrical, planned. This is the oldest planned city in Mexico, and this plan hasn't changed for 1,000 years. The J platform, the South platform, the Eyes Monument, all remained faithful to the original design from 700 BC. Why? Because that plan was sacred. The J platform, Monte Alban's most mysterious structure, shaped like the letter J, but why J? Astronomical alignment, calendar calculation, or is it a burial complex? In the 1930s, more than 170 tombs were discovered here. Mummies, jade masks, obsidian knives, and one name, the 12 Apostles. Lady 12 Macaw. A female ruler, circa 450 BC, the most powerful period of the Zapotecs. Monte Alban's most famous monument, the dancing figures. Stone reliefs, over 300 figures, men, women, children. Some are dancing, some are in pain, some are dead, and above all, names, glyphs, hieroglyphic writing. The Zapotecs invented writing. Before the Olmecs, independent of the Mayans, but this writing system is still undeciphered. 80% of it remains unknown. The inscriptions on the figures, names, dates, places. There's a place called Bourgeois, where we don't know. An event called Bloody Moon, when we don't know. But what we do know is, these figures are prisoners, enemy, leaders. They're not dancing, they're being tortured, and this is the message of Monte Alban. If you oppose us, this is your end. This monument is propaganda, a show of force. But it is also history, a record of how the Zapotecs conquered their neighbors, and this record spanned 1,000 years. Because Monte Alban stood for 1,000 years, until 708. Rome fell, Teotihuacan fell, but Monte Alban still stood. The place of women in Zapotec society is still debated. Was it male-dominated, or did women also hold power? The tombs of the 12 apostles support the second question. But is this the only example? Or were there more female rulers? We don't know. Because the Zapotec script remains undeciphered. And perhaps, when it is deciphered, we will find even more of the 12 apostles. Outside Monte Alban in the valley, there were villages, agriculture, corn, beans, squash. 3 sisters, Mexico's staple food, and handicrafts, obsidian work, ceramics, weaving. The Zapotecs were experts in textiles, and these textiles were traded to Teotihuacan, to the Mayans, even further afield. Monte Alban and Teotihuacan, 2 mountain cities, 2 power centers, 500 kilometers apart, but connected. Between 200 and 500 AD, there was intense trade. Obsidian, ceramics, jade, and perhaps ideas. Was Zapotec writing influenced by Teotihuacan writing? Or was it the other way around? We don't know. But what we do know is, these 2 cities knew each other, and they respected each other. Teotihuacan-style ceramics have been found at Monte Alban. Talak figures, feathered serpent motifs, and Zapotec jade from Teotihuacan. It came from Guatemala, but passed through Zapotec hands. This wasn't just trade, it was diplomacy, perhaps an alliance. 2 superpowers, not enemies, but partners. But there were differences too. Teotihuacan is anonymous. It has no king. The Zapotecs have names like the 12 apostles. Teotihuacan was unwritten. The Zapotecs were written, and perhaps that writing made the difference, because writing is identity, it is history, and the Zapotecs recorded their history. On tombstones, on monuments, and we are still trying to decipher those records. C by AD, Monte Alban is being abandoned. Why? Drought, civil war, depletion of resources, perhaps all of them. The city on the mountaintop was unsustainable. The water was below, the agriculture was below, and the people moved down to Mitla, a new city, smaller, but Zapotec culture lived on. Mitla, the place of the dead, the new center of the Zapotec civilization. And here, a unique form of art emerged. Mosaic walls, geometric patterns in red, white, and black. These designs became the final expression of Zapotec identity, and that identity endured until 1521, until the Spanish arrived. In 1521, the Spanish conquered Oaxaca, but the Zapotecs did not surrender. Their resistance lasted for 50 years in the mountains, in the forests, and in the end, an agreement was reached. Zapotec leaders took positions within the Spanish colonial administration. Their language survived, their traditions survived, and today, even after 2,000 years, more than 400,000 people still speak Zapotec. Monte Alban is in ruins, but its Zapotec identity lives on. In Oaxaca, the Guelaguetza festival every year. Zapotec dances, Zapotec music, and in those dances, perhaps we see the dancing figures of the Grand Plaza. 2,000 years ago, on a mountaintop, eyes are still watching us. And we are still looking back, because Monte Alban is not just stone. It is a people's defiance against the mountain. A nation's struggle to conquer time, and perhaps its success. The Zapotec script remains undeciphered, but one day it will be deciphered, and on that day we will hear the voices of the 12 apostles, and perhaps that voice will say, "We were here, and we have not been forgotten." Monte Alban was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1987. Zapotec is still spoken by 400,000 people in Mexico. Archaeologists have only excavated 10% of Monte Alban. Deep in the mountainous valleys of Mexico's Oaxaca, on ancient peaks peering out from the mists, the shadows of a civilization still live on. They called themselves New Savvy People of Rain. Historians call them the January 1932, Mexican archaeologist Alfonso Caso, while digging in the hills of Monte Alban, touches one of history's most astonishing treasures. 7 Tomb contains over 500 artifacts made of gold, silver, turquoise, and jade. But this is just the beginning. Because behind these treasures lies the dramatic story of a forgotten civilization. A people who ruled the rugged mountains of southern Mexico from around 1500 AD to 1523 AD. They weren't just warriors, they were the world's finest, masters of gold craftsmanship. They were decorating buried mummies with turquoise mosaics. Using lost wax techniques, they created decorations that are still inimitable today. But this story isn't just about gold and precious stones. This is the story of the 8-deer jaguar paw, the greatest leader in the history of the Rain People. The story of a man who conquered 94 cities, united 3 different regions under a single kingdom, but was ultimately killed by his own family. In this documentary, we will unveil the pages of lost codices. We will break 1,000 years' silence and journey into the mysterious world of the Rain People. Welcome to the heart of the Mixtec civilization. The Mixtec people call themselves New Savvy, the people of rain. This name reveals the fundamental truth underlying their existence. Rain. In the rugged mountainous terrain of Oaxaca, agriculture depended on rain, and rain was a blessing from the god Jehovah. The Mixteca region was divided into 3 main areas. High Mixteca, mountainous and cold, difficult for agriculture, but rich in minerals. Low Mixteca, warmer, more suitable for agriculture, and coastal Mixteca, tropical, famous for its cocoa and salt trade. Tilantongo was the sacred capital of the Mixtecs. From the 8th century AD onwards, it became the center of Mixtec politics and religion. The codices record the birth of the 4 crocodiles, the first ruler of Tilantongo. This is the beginning of Mixtec history. The Mixtecs were recording their own history centuries before the arrival of Europeans. These codices, drawn on deerskin, tree bark, and cotton cloth, recounted the births, marriages, wars, and deaths of rulers. But these codices were not merely historical records. They were also mnemonic tools, recalling oral tradition and serving as guides for storytellers. Each image held a story, a legend, an epic. In 1063 AD, a prince is born in Tilintongo. He is named 8 Stags because he was born on Stag Day, the day of the 8th stag. But history will remember him by another name, Jaguar's Claw. 8 Deer was the son of 5 Crocodile the High Priest, and 9 Eagle. He had 2 siblings, 12 Earthquake, and 9 Flower. But 8 Deer was the one fate had chosen. According to the codices, during his reign as King 8, he conquered 94 cities. Each victory was recorded in vivid colors on the pages of the codices. He is always depicted wearing a jaguar helmet, a symbol of his warrior spirit and strength. But 8 Deer ruled not only by the power of the sword, but also by diplomacy. They formed an alliance with 4 Jaguars, a more powerful Toltec ruler than Cholula. In return for this alliance, they received the turquoise nose ornament, a symbol of Toltec royal power. The most striking story of 8 Deer is his tragic relationship with his family. His stepsister, 6 Lizards, married 11 Winds. This marriage posed a threat to 8 Deer because 11 Wind's family had their eyes on the Tilintongo throne. In 1101 AD, the 8 Deer finally conquered the city of the Red and White Bunch, the center of their rivals. They captured 11 Winds and his brothers, but they spared their youngest brother for Winds. This pardon would seal his fate. 14 years later, in 1115 AD, 4 Winds, now both 8 Deer's half-brother and son-in-law, formed an alliance. The combined forces of the Mixtec kingdoms rose up against 8 Deer. 8 Deer were captured and sacrificed. The greatest conqueror in Mixtec history died at the hands of his own family. The codices silently record this moment, the fall of a hero, the price of power and arrogance. January 6, 1932. While excavating at Monte Alban, Alfonso Caso sensed something beneath the soil, a tomb, but no ordinary tomb. This would become the richest archaeological treasure in the Americas. 7. The tomb was originally built by the Zapotecs between 300 and 600 AD, but the Mixtecs reused it centuries later. This was a way of embracing the power of the past and paying respect to the spirits of their ancestors. 9 skeletons were found inside the tomb, but the most surprising thing were the artifacts: 121 gold objects, silver ornaments, turquoise necklaces, jade stones, obsidian mirrors, and crystal vessels. All were prime examples of the mastery of Mixtec craftsmen. But the most striking artifact was a human skull covered in turquoise mosaics. It had a hole in it for incense. It was an incense burner, a war trophy, perhaps a sacred object made from the skull of an enemy leader. For years, archaeologists believed the main person in the tomb was a male warrior, but recent research suggests it was actually a woman. The weaving tools found alongside her needles, spools of thread, crystal bowls suggest she was a high-status woman, perhaps a priestess or queen. This discovery prompted us to rethink the role of women in Mixtec society. We also see strong female figures in the codices, women who were both warriors and rulers, like the Six Monkeys. The tomb's treasures are now on display at the Oaxaca Cultural Museum, but the tomb itself, high up in Monte Alban, still awaits visitors. Although the lights inside are out, its stories live on. For the Mixtecs, rain was not just a meteorological event. Rain meant life, and Jehui, the god of rain, was their supreme god. Jehui is typically depicted wearing a blue or green rain goggles mask, with a jaguar-like expression and bared teeth. Rain or steam is thought to emanate from his nostrils. This imagery symbolizes both his life-giving and destructive power. Ceremonies were held on mountaintops in honor of Jehui. During severe droughts, much darker rituals were performed. Historical records indicate that child sacrifices were offered to appease the rain god. This practice reveals the deep fear and reverence inherent in Mesoamerican religions. Natural forces were things that humans couldn't understand or control, and appeasing these forces was essential for the survival of society. The Mixtec religion was based on an animistic worldview. Mountains, caves, rivers, all were filled with spirits. The world consisted of 3 layers: Earth, Nu, Sky, Yuchi, and Underworld, Nu Nador. The codices recount the earliest creation stories. 1 deer, the jaguar snake, and 1 deer, the puma. Snake created the world's first beings, Noah. When the sun rose, these first beings turned to stone. Some survived by taking refuge in caves and continued to live there. This belief system explains the cave cult of the Mixtecs. Caves were sacred places. The dead went there, and spirits lived there. And some caves are still visited today as sacred pilgrimage sites. In 1521, Hernán Cortés and the Spanish conquerors captured Tenochtitlan. The Aztec Empire collapsed, and the independence of the Mixtecs came to an end. The arrival of the Spaniards was meant to be the end for the Mixtec civilization, but that wasn't entirely the case. The Mixtecs survived culturally. They preserved their language, traditions, and identity. Today, more than 500,000 people still speak Mixtec. In the mountain villages of Oaxaca, traditional farming methods continue. Women still weave, and ancient symbols live on in the patterns. The story of the Mixtecs is a testament to the resilience of indigenous cultures. Despite the devastating effects of European colonialism, they were a people who wrote their own history, created their own art, and worshipped their own gods. Most of the codices were taken to Europe. They are now in libraries in London, Vienna, and Oxford, but their spirit still lives on in the mountains of Oaxaca. The jaguar claws of 8 deer happened in 1115, but its story is still told more than 1,000 years later. Perhaps this is the definition of a true legend. The legacy left to us by the Mixtecs goes beyond gold and precious stones. It reminds us of a part of humanity's shared heritage, the rise and fall of a civilization and a people's struggle for survival. And when the mists cover the valleys of Oaxaca, when the wind blows through the mountains, you can still see the jaguar helmet of the 8 deer. It's still there, still waiting, still telling its story. We are traveling through world history in chronological order, civilization by civilization, step by step across thousands of years, from the first cities to great empires, from forgotten kingdoms to legendary rulers. This journey has just begun. Join this journey through world history. Subscribe and explore the story of humanity with us. Today, beneath Mexico City, there was once a miracle 500 years ago, one of the largest cities in the world, yet built in the middle of a lake. Its people were not fishing in the water, they were building pyramids. And the inhabitants of this city demanded blood every day so that the sun would not die. The Aztecs, in just 200 years, they built an empire from nothing, and in only 2 years, it vanished. Are you ready? Because this story begins with a legend, an eagle hunting a serpent. August 1250. In the arid lands of northern Mexico, a tribe emerges from a mysterious place called Aztlán. They call themselves Mexica, hunter-gatherers, warriors, and most importantly, homeless. For centuries they migrated. Everywhere doors were slammed in their faces. Why? Because these men simply did not want peace. The war god Huitzilopochtli had told them, "You are the chosen people, but there is no paradise without bloodshed." In 1248, they settled on Chapultepec Hill, but their neighbors didn't like them. They were driven out. They became mercenaries. They fought whoever they had to fight, not for money, but to survive. In 1325, a miracle happened. On a swampy island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, they saw an eagle with a snake in its beak, right on top of a cactus. They had been waiting for this sign. This would be Tenochtitlan, the heart of present-day Mexico City. Imagine 400,000 people living in the middle of a lake, more populous than some of Europe's largest cities. But how? Chinampas, floating gardens, artificial islands made of layers of reeds and mud, not for agriculture, but for the city. They filled in the lake, but the lake fed them. 16 kilometers of aqueducts bringing water from the Sierra Madre Mountains, razor-sharp streets, 4 main gates, and in the center, Templo Mayor, a 45-meter-high twin temple, one to the war god Huitzilopochtli, the other to the rain god. But the craziest part, when the Spaniards first arrived, they said, "It's more beautiful than Venice Hernan courts." And a letter to King Charles wrote, "This city doesn't seem real." Now we come to the really interesting part. Why did the Aztecs sacrifice so many people? Answer: cosmology. According to them, the sun died every day. Its rising was a battle, and to win this battle, blood was necessary. Human hearts, food for the gods. how was this ritual performed? The sacrificial animal was first carried ceremonially for 4 days. It was painted and adorned with feathers. On the last night, it was carried up the 114 steps of the Templo Mayor. At the top, 2 priests waited. One held it by the head, the other by the feet, and they laid it on the stone altar. An obsidian blade would be inserted below the rib cage, and the heart would be removed while it was still beating. The heart would be placed in a stone bowl and offered to the god. The body, it would be thrown down the stairs. Sometimes their heads were cooked and served to the nobility. It was an honor. But it wasn't just religious, it was political too. At the opening of the Templo Mayor in 1487, Emperor Quetzalcoatl sacrificed 20,000 captives. It lasted for days. Why so many? Because it was a display, a show of force, a message: don't oppose us. Their wars were not about land, but about people. They were called the Flower Wars, ritual wars, just for capturing prisoners. If an Aztec warrior captured 20 prisoners, he would join the Jaguar Corps. That was their Navy SEALs. 1428 was a turning point, the Tepanic War. The Aztecs rose up against the powerful city of Azcapotzalco, and they won, but not alone. Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan, 3 cities, an alliance. Initially, they were equal, but the Aztecs were more ambitious. Indirect rule. Conquered cities retained their own kings and religions. The only condition: taxes, cocoa beans, cotton fabrics, feathers, gold. They flowed into Tenochtitlan every year. 400 to 500 city-states, 5 to 6 million people, 207,000 square kilometers. Tlatelolco Market, the world's largest open-air market. 60,000 people shopped there at the same time. There was even human trafficking. Slaves, servants, everything had a price. More than 200 gods. But there are 4 great ones. Huitzilopochtli, the left-handed hummingbird, war and sun, protector of Tenochtitlan, a blue black-faced feathered warrior. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, light, wisdom, art. He gave humanity corn, the calendar, and writing, and he was against human sacrifice. The Aztecs' favorite irony: they worshipped him, but they continued to sacrifice. Tezcatlipoca, the smoky mirror, night, magic, prophecy. He has an obsidian mirror that sees the future, the invisible god. Tlaloc Rain, with his protruding teeth, his jaguar mask, the god of agriculture. Child sacrifices to him because his tears were rain. February 18, 1519, Hernan courts landed with Wu-Bide men, horses, dogs, artillery. But his most dangerous weapon wasn't smallpox, it was diplomacy. The Aztecs had many enemies. The people of Tlaxcala had never submitted. Courts formed an alliance with them, thousands of native warriors. Now this is not just a Spanish invasion, but a civil war. November 8, 1519, courts entered Tenochtitlan. Moctezuma thought him a god. The return of Quetzalcoatl, golden gifts, jewels. But courts wanted gold, and more. June 1520 Moctezuma died. Who killed him? It's still debated, but the city revolted. The Spaniards fled, La Noche Triste, the sad night. Half of them died, but they returned. August 13th, 1521. 75 days of siege, famine, smallpox. 25% to 50% of the population died. The last emperor, Cuauhtémoc, was captured. Tenochtitlan fell. Tenochtitlan lies beneath Mexico City today. The Templo Mayor was rediscovered in 1978. Something new emerges with every excavation. But weren't the Aztecs real? Mexico's name comes from Mexica, the eagle and snake on their flag. Chocolate, corn, tomatoes, avocados, they all come from them. They built an empire in 200 years. It was gone in 2 years. But 500 years later, we're still talking about it. That's real power. Today, there is a city in Italy. Tourists take photos, cafes are full. But 2,000 years ago, Rome. Paved roads, apartments, sewer systems. We still use them. They built them 2,000 years ago. But the craziest part, this empire was not built in one day. It did not collapse in one day either. And when it collapsed, the world was plunged into darkness. Are you ready? Because this story begins with a legend of two brothers by a wolf. (753 BC), the Italian peninsula. 7 hills on the banks of the Tiber River, Palatine Hill. Here is a shepherd's tent. Inside are 2 infants, Romulus and Remus. According to legend, a king named Amulius wanted to kill his nephew. The babies were thrown into the river, but a wolf found them and nursed them. Then, a shepherd adopted them. Then a shepherd adopted him. Years later, the brothers wanted to settle on these hills, but where? Remus chose Palatine Hill. Romulus chose Aventine Hill. They asked the gods. They counted the distances as the crow flies. Romulus saw 12. Remus saw 6. Romulus won. But Remus was angry. He breached his brother's walls. Romulus killed him. "Whoever else breaches my walls shall die," he said. And Rome was built on blood. It was initially a pastoral village. 300 houses, 3,000 inhabitants. They stole from the Etruscans, abducted women from the Sabines, small but warlike, and most importantly, they were stubborn. 509 BC. The last king, Tarquinius Superbus, was exiled. "There is no king," they cried. "Senatus, Populusque, Romanus, SPQR, Senate, and Roman people." But this wasn't a democracy. Patricians, the nobility; plebeians, the common people. If the plebeians were in debt, they would become slaves. In 494 BC, they revolted. "If you don't give us our rights, we will leave the city." Result: tribunus, plebis, popular tribunes, right of veto. The first system of checks and balances in Rome. And war. It took 150 years to conquer the Italian peninsula. The Samnite Wars. Victory against Pyrrhus, Pyrrhic victory. If a victory is won with losses, it is actually a defeat. In 264 BC, Rome was the master of Italy, but a danger lay across the sea: Carthage. Carthage, modern Tunisia, founded by the Phoenicians, masters of maritime trade. Unlike Rome, rich, cultured, but with a mercenary army. The First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC. 23 years. Naval battles. Rome formed its first fleet, Corvus Crow. They lowered bridges from the ships, turning the naval battle into a land battle. Victory. Sicily and Sardinia became Roman territories. But the greatest danger was yet to come: Hannibal. Hannibal Barca. At the age of 9, he swore an oath to his father: "Rome will be my enemy." In 218 BC, he set out from Spain. 37 elephants, 40,000 soldiers. He crossed the Alps. In winter, in 15 days, half of the elephants died, but he crossed. Lake Trasimene, Roman consul Gaius Flaminius, ambushed. 15,000 dead. To 16 BC, Cannae. 50,000 Roman soldiers, annihilated in 8 hours. The most perfect ambush in history. Hannibal's army was half the size. Rome was in a panic, but Quintus Fabius Maximus devised a delaying tactic. He didn't fight, he had tried it. Fabian tactics are still used today. 202 BC, Zama Scipio, Africanus. Hannibal defeated. The Second Punic War ends. Rome masters of the Mediterranean. (146 BC), the Third Punic War. Cato the Elder said in every speech, "Carthage must be destroyed." Finally, they destroyed it. The city burned for 17 days. The ground turned to salt. Carthage no more. That same year, Corinth was also destroyed. Greece became a Roman province. The Mediterranean, Mare Nostrum, RC. The price of victory, 133 BC. The Gracchus brothers, Tiberius and Gaius. They said, "The soldiers are returning. Landless, the rich are seizing everything," they demanded. Reform. The nobles killed them. The first bloody political assassinations. Marius and Sulla, 88 BC. Generals gained power. Army loyalty shifted to the general. Sulla became a dictator. Prescription lists, lists of those to be killed. 5,000 names. And Spartacus, 73 BC, a gladiator slave. He escaped with 70 people. In 2 years, his number grew to 120,000. Rome's greatest fear, a slave revolt. Marcus Licinius Crassus crushed it. 6,000 rebels were crucified on the Appian Way, a corpse every 40 meters. 60 BC, the first triumvirate. Pompeius, Crassus, Julius Caesar. Power sharing. Caesar went to Gaul, 8 years, 300 battles. Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. 49 BC, Rubicon River, Aelia, Iacta, EST. The dice have been cast. Caesar started a civil war. Pompey fled to Egypt and was killed. Caesar became dictator, but it didn't last long. March 15th, 44 BC, Itus Marcia. 23 members of the royal family, including Brutus. You too, Brutus. Caesar was killed with 23 stab wounds. His last words are controversial, but the result is clear. Rome descended into chaos once again. The second triumvirate, Octavian, Antony, Lepidus. Lepidus was eliminated. Octavian versus Antony, 31 BC. Battle of Actium. Cleopatra's ship escaped. Antony pursued her. They were defeated. 30 BC, Cleopatra and Antony committed suicide. Egypt became Roman. Octavian was the sole ruler, but he didn't say king. He said Augustus, the Great, the first Roman emperor. The Republic ended. Pax Romana began. Pax Romana. 200 yield bearers. 5 million kilometrika. 50 sampai 70 million insan. Britania dan Mesopotamia. Kuzi, Afrikadan. Augustus, emperor, but he called us first citizens. Tax reform, road system. All roads lead to Rome. 80,000 kilometers of roads. Some are still in use. Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Caligula was mad. He wanted to make his horse a senator. Nero, he burned Rome, played music, and committed suicide. The Colosseum, with a capacity of 80,000 people. Gladiator, fights, lion hunts, naval battles. Nomakia, built by Vespasian, opened by his son Titus, a 100-day festival. 5,000 animals were slaughtered. Trajan, 98 to 117 AD. The empire at its greatest extent. Dacia, Romania conquered. Gold mines, Trajan's Forum. Remember me like this. Hadrian 117 sampai 138 AD. Hadrian's Wall, defended. Britain, admirer of Greece, restored the temple in Ephesus and temples in Athens. Marcus Aurelius, 16180. Age, philosopher emperor, author of On Myself. Stoic, life is a battle, long and varied. Only patience and courage save. But the golden age was coming to an end. Commodus, Marcus's son. He wanted to be a gladiator. He dressed like Hercules. He was strangled to death in 192. The empire began to crumble. The crisis of the 3rd century. 50 emperors in 50 years. Most were killed. Persians in the east, Germanic tribes in the north. The empire was divided in two. Diocletian 284 AD, the system of 4 empires tetrarchy. Constantine, 312 AD, Milvian Bridge. Win with this sign, Christianity, 330 AD, Constantinople, New Rome. The East is victorious, the West is weakened. 410, Alaric, Visigoth king. Rome was sacked, for the first time in 800 years. 455, Genseric, Vandals, 14 days of looting. The word vandalism comes from this. The last emperor, Romulus Augustulus, an ironic name, from Romulus to Augustulus. 476 AD, Odoacer, Germanic, general. He said, "You don't need to rule." The Western Roman Empire ended. The East, it lasted another 1,000 years as Byzantium, but that's another story. 2,200 years ago, it was a shepherd's village. 2,000 years ago, it was the master of the world. 1,500 years ago, it collapsed, but its legacy lives on. Law, innocent until proven guilty. Roads. All roads lead to Rome. Language, words of Latin origin. Government, Senate, veto, republic. Rome fell, but Rome never died. In the next video, the Byzantine Empire, the 1,000-year resistance of the Eastern Roman Empire. Don't forget to subscribe. See you soon. Constantine III, Roman Emperor, Christian, and a visionary. He chooses the ancient city of Byzantium, the mouth of the Bosphorus, between Asia and Europe. And here, he builds the new Rome. 6 years, 100,000 workers, forums, palaces, a hippodrome, and this city will stand for 1,000 years. The walls, 5th century Theodosius, 6 kilometers, 20 meters high, 3 layers of defense, for 1,000 years. These walls stopped the greatest armies of Europe, Huns, Avars, Bulgars, Russians. They were all broken at these walls. Until 1453. When the Roman Empire collapsed, the world changed. But Rome did not disappear. Its heart kept beating. And that heart was Constantinople. Today we call this Empire Byzantium. But its people never called themselves Byzantines. They used only one name, Romans. While Western Rome collapsed into darkness, another world was rising in the East. Rome's shift to the East was not an accident. Emperor Constantine understood the empire's future now lay in the East. So in the year 330, the capital moved away from Rome. The new capital would be Constantinople. This was not just a change of cities. This decision changed the destiny of Rome. Constantinople was not only a capital, it was one of the world's greatest trade gateways. And this city was not only wealthy, it was protected by one of the strongest defensive systems in the world. As Western Rome collapsed, central authority across Europe rapidly disintegrated. But in the East, Constantinople remained a powerful, imperial center. The city became one of the most important crossroads of trade between East and West. This trade network gave Byzantium enormous economic strength. Byzantium was powerful, not only militarily, but also through diplomacy. In the 6th century, Emperor Justinian became one of the most powerful rulers in Byzantine history. Justinian's greatest ambition was to restore the former borders of the Roman Empire. Byzantine armies advanced into North Africa and ended Vandal rule. Soon after, Byzantine forces advanced into Italy and Rome returned to imperial control. the Mediterranean once again began to resemble the center of the Roman world. During Justinian's reign, Hagia Sophia was built and became a symbol of imperial power. 527. Justinian, 38 years in power, in the height of the empire, reclaiming the West, Africa, Italy, Spain, former Roman territories, the Codex, the foundation of law. We still use it today. And Theodora, the empress, coming from slavery, fighting for women's rights, 1500 years ago. Hagia Sophia was not only a place of worship but also a peak of Byzantine engineering. Constantinople was not only a capital, but also one of the richest cities in the world. For centuries, Constantinople once again became one of the richest cities in the world. The heart of trade between East and West beat here. Eighth century, iconoclasm, icons banned, war within Christianity, and this war weakens the empire. 1054, the Great Rome and Constantinople, Catholic and Orthodox. They never united. In 1204, the Fourth Crusade, the Crusaders plunder the Christian city. Byzantium falls to its own brethren. 50 years of occupation, and then a resurgence, but weaker, always weaker. Justinian reorganized Roman law and left a lasting legacy. However, Byzantium entered long and exhausting wars with the Sasanian Persians in the east. After these wars, the Arab conquests began, and Byzantium lost important territories. Yet Constantinople survived thanks to its powerful defensive walls. Byzantium survived not only through war but also through diplomacy. The empire developed new military systems to defend its borders. But in 1071, the Battle of Manzikert became a major turning point for Byzantium. After the defeat at Manzikert, the gates of Anatolia began to close for Byzantium. Byzantine control in Anatolia rapidly weakened. During this period, Byzantium was forced to seek military support from the West. But the Crusader armies unexpectedly turned toward Constantinople. In 1204, Constantinople was captured by the Crusaders. The city was looted, and Byzantium suffered a devastating blow. Byzantium recovered, but it never regained its former strength. The 14th century, the Ottoman Empire, rising from Anatolia, Byzantium, now a city-state, just Constantinople and the Peloponnese, in 1451, Mehmed II, 19 years old, and his goal is clear. This city, April 1453, 80,000 Ottoman soldiers, 7,000 Byzantine defenders, and a 21-year-old emperor, Constantine XI, the last Roman emperor. Meanwhile, a new power was rising in Anatolia, the Ottoman state. Ottoman ships were transported over land into the Golden Horn. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II arrived before the walls of Constantinople. This move neutralized the city's strongest defensive line. With the final assault, the defenses of Constantinople collapsed. On May 29, 1453, Constantinople fell. This event marked the end of the Byzantine Empire. But Rome did not die, because Byzantium left a legacy. Orthodox Christianity, Russia, Greece, the Balkans, law, Justinian's Codex, the foundation of Europe, art, mosaics, icons, and Hagia Sophia. 1500 years. First a church, then a mosque, now a museum, and it's still standing, because Byzantium knew how to build structures that took 1,000 years to build, and these structures are still speaking. We can still hear Rome's last breath. Byzantium, Eastern Rome, Constantinople, Istanbul. The names have changed, but the stones are the same, and we are looking at the same stones 2,000 years later. Rome was founded in 753 BC. It ended in 1453 AD, 2,206 years. Byzantium protected Hagia Sophia for 1,000 years. Istanbul is still situated between two continents. Hagia Sophia welcomes its visitors in all its splendor on Turkish soil. This great transformation, stretching from the last heir of Rome to the rise of the Ottoman Empire, was one of the most important turning points in history. We continue to trace the footsteps of world history together. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and stay with us on this journey for the continuation of the series. The last queen of Egypt. The woman who changed the fate of Rome. And a ruler who influenced the two most powerful men of the ancient world. She was the last hope of a collapsing civilization. Cleopatra is often remembered for her beauty, but her true power was not her beauty. Cleopatra was born in Alexandria in 69 BCE, but she was not ethnically Egyptian, as many people believe. Cleopatra was a member of the Ptolemaic dynasty, established after the death of Alexander the Great. This dynasty ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years. Rome was rising, while Egypt struggled to survive. Cleopatra was only 18 when her father died. According to tradition, she ascended the throne, together with her younger brother. Sibling marriage was common in the Ptolemaic dynasty. This situation quickly turned into a civil war. Cleopatra was removed from the throne. At that moment, Julius Caesar arrived in Egypt. Cleopatra made one of the boldest political moves in history. Legend says she entered the palace hidden inside a carpet. This was not just a dramatic entrance. Cleopatra gained Caesar's support. With his help, she returned to the throne. This event changed not only the fate of Egypt, but also the future of Rome. From this union, a child was born, Caesar. But in 44 BCE, Caesar was assassinated in the Senate by a group of senators, including Brutus and Cassius. Cleopatra was once again alone. A new leader emerged in Rome, Mark Antony. Cleopatra formed an alliance with him. This alliance soon became a powerful partnership. Together they formed a major power in the Eastern Mediterranean. 10 years, 2 children, and a plan. Donations of Alexandria. 34 BC, Antony gives the East to Cleopatra's children: Egypt, Syria, Cilicia, Cyprus. This is Roman territory. And Rome is going mad. Octavian is spreading propaganda. Antony is a prisoner of a woman. The East is surrendering to a woman. Cleopatra was Rome's enemy, But the truth is, it was an alliance of two powerful people, and this alliance was a threat. But another leader was rising in Rome, Octavian. Rome was now divided. (31 BC, Actium, Greece, the last war, Cleopatra and Antony, 500 ships, Octavian, 400, but the command is chaotic. Antony is not a sailor, Cleopatra is on board. Why? We don't know. A complete mess. History calls it betrayal. This conflict led to one of the most important naval battles in history, the Battle of Actium. Cleopatra and Antony were defeated. This defeat marked the beginning of the end for Egypt. Octavian was approaching with his armies. Octavian is approaching. Antony commits suicide. Legend says it's upon hearing the news of Cleopatra's death, but the truth is, he was probably wounded in battle. Cleopatra is taken prisoner. Octavian wants to take her to Rome for victory parade, but Cleopatra refuses, because she is a queen, and queens are not chained. Cleopatra refused to be taken prisoner by Rome, and she made the decision that would enter history. Mark Antony believed Cleopatra was dead. After hearing this, Antony wounded himself. Before dying, Antony was brought to Cleopatra. Mark Antony died in Cleopatra's arms. After Antony's death, Cleopatra mourned deeply. Cleopatra locked herself inside the mausoleum to avoid being captured by Octavian. Octavian wanted to take Cleopatra to Rome alive. Cleopatra met Octavian for the last time. Cleopatra shared her final plan with her loyal servants. Cleopatra wished to be buried beside Mark Antony. Cleopatra sent a final letter to Octavian. Cleopatra tried to save her son Caesarion. Cleopatra remained with only her two loyal attendants. A basket of figs was brought to Cleopatra. Inside the basket was a cobra. Cleopatra took her own life. 30 BC, August 12th. Cleopatra, 39 years old. She is poisoned. The snake, legend, real, perhaps opium, perhaps a poisoned needle, but the result is the same. The last pharaoh dies, and Caesarion, 17 years old, ascends the throne, but only for 11 days. Octavian kills him, because Caesar's son is a threat. Egypt becomes a Roman province. 3,000 years of pharaohs come to an end. Charmian adjusted Cleopatra's crown and said, "This was a death worthy of a queen." Caesarion was captured and executed. When Roman soldiers entered the chamber, they found Cleopatra dead. Octavian received the news of Cleopatra's death. Cleopatra and Mark Antony were buried together. Egypt was no longer an independent kingdom. Egypt became one of the most important provinces of the Roman Empire. The age of the pharaohs had come to an end. Cleopatra's name continued to be remembered, even 2,000 years later. Cleopatra was not remembered only for her beauty. Cleopatra could speak 9 different languages. Cleopatra was the first Ptolemaic ruler to speak the Egyptian language. Cleopatra was a skilled diplomat. Cleopatra was the last ruler who tried to save her country. Cleopatra's story was not a love story. It was a struggle between empires. Most of what we know about Cleopatra comes from Roman historians. For this reason, Cleopatra's true story is still debated today. Roman historians portrayed Cleopatra as a threat. Cleopatra was not only a queen, but a powerful leader. History remembers not only rulers, but the decisions they made. Cleopatra. History remembers her for her beauty and intrigue, but she was also a diplomat, a linguist, a survivor. He reigned for 22 years. He formed alliances with 2 great Roman leaders, and he maintained control to the very end. Even his death was his own choice, because he was the last pharaoh, and pharaohs don't become slaves. Rome defeated her, but Cleopatra became a legend, and 2,000 years later, we're still talking about her, because she wasn't just a queen, she was the last. The last pharaoh, the first feminist, a legend. Follow the channel to explore world history in chronological order and continue this journey through time with us. Year 224. Rome faced a new enemy in the east. Its name was the Sassanid Empire, and it would become Rome's greatest rival for 4 centuries. On the Iranian plateau, a rebellion began. A local ruler named Ardashir challenged the 400-year-old Parthian Empire, and at the Battle of Hormozgan, he defeated the Parthian king and began a new era. Ctesiphon fell. Ardashir declared himself Shahanshah, the King of Kings. This was not just a victory. The Persian Empire was being reborn. 7 centuries earlier, Alexander the Great had destroyed the Persian Empire. Now, the new empire, founded by Ardashir, was reviving the power of ancient Persia. In the west stood Rome, in the east stood China, and between these 2 great worlds, at the heart of the Silk Road, a new superpower was rising, the Sassanid Empire. The Sassanians did not only build an empire, they placed a religion at its foundation. Zoroastrianism became the official faith of the empire. A kingdom protected by Ahura Mazda had emerged. Sassanian kings were not only political rulers, they were seen as the earthly representatives of Ahura Mazda, and the Mobids were the guardians of this sacred order. As the Sassanid Empire rose in the east, another superpower stood in the west, Rome. Along the frontiers of Mesopotamia, the 2 empires prepared for a struggle that would last for centuries. In 260, at the Battle of Edessa, Sassanian King Shapur I captured the Roman Emperor Valerian. It was the first time in Roman history that an emperor had been taken prisoner by an enemy. Shapur did not only win, he carved his victory into history. At Nakshi Rustam, the Roman Emperor Valerian was shown. Kneeling before him, it was a clear message to Rome. The conflict between Rome and the Sassanians was not a single war. Along the frontiers of Mesopotamia, a rivalry lasting centuries had begun. The same cities, the same fortresses, changed hands again and again. At the center of the struggle between Rome and the Sasanians stood Armenia. For centuries, this region became a frontier zone, changing hands between the two empires. In 363, the Roman Emperor Julian launched a massive campaign. His objective was clear: capture the Sasanian capital, Ctesiphon, and change the balance of power in the east. Ctesiphon was never captured. During the retreat, Emperor Julian was killed. This campaign ended Rome's hopes of dominating the eastern frontier. In 531, Khosrow I came to the throne and became one of the greatest rulers of the Sasanian Empire. During his reign, the empire did not only expand, it was reorganized. Khosrow I was not only a warrior, he reorganized the tax system, strengthened the army, and transformed the empire into a more centralized state. These reforms made the Sasanians one of the strongest powers in the region. In 529, the Byzantine Emperor Justinian closed the Academy of Athens. Some philosophers fled east to the Sasanian court. There, Greek thought continued to survive in Persian lands. The Great Arch of Tak-Kasra at Ctesiphon symbolized the power of the Sasanian Empire. For centuries, it stood as one of the largest single-span vaults in the world. The Sasanian Empire was not only a military power, situated at the center of the Silk Road. It controlled trade between China and Rome and gained immense wealth. During the reign of Khosrow II, the Sasanian Empire reached its greatest extent. Persian armies captured Jerusalem, Syria, and Egypt, pushing Byzantium into one of the most difficult crises in its history. Byzantine Emperor Heraclius launched an unexpected counteroffensive, advancing deep into Persian territory. The Byzantine army began to change the course of the war. The war that lasted 26 years had ended, but there was no winner. Both Byzantium and the Sasanian Empire were exhausted and vulnerable, and this weakness would open the way for a new power to rise. After 628, the Sasanian throne became unstable. Within just 4 years, 14 different rulers took power. As central authority collapsed, the empire became vulnerable. In the 7th century, a new power rose from the Arabian Peninsula. Weakened by long wars and internal conflicts, the Sasanian Empire now faced a new threat. In 636, two armies met at Al-Qadisiyah. This was not just another battle. It was a turning point that would decide the fate of the Sasanian Empire. After Al-Qadisiyah, the Sasanian capital Ctesiphon fell. The heart of the empire was lost. This marked a turning point, from which Sasanian resistance could no longer recover. In 642, at Nahavand, the Sasanian army made its final, major stand. But this battle, later known as the Victory of Victories, would mark the end of Persian resistance. In 651, the last Sasanian king, Yazdegerd III, was killed. With his death, the Sasanian Empire, which had ruled for more than 4 centuries, came to an end. The Sasanian Empire fell, but its legacy lived on. In Iranian identity, in the court culture of the Islamic world, and across medieval civilizations, the influence of the Sasanians endured for centuries. The Sasanian Empire had fallen, but history did not stop. In the same century, a new civilization was rising in Arabia, and this rise would change the balance of the world forever. The rise and fall of the Sasanian Empire was part of one of the greatest turning points in world history, and this story was only just beginning. The Sasanian Empire fell, but the system they built and the legacy they left behind continued to shape world history. One of the strongest elements of the Sasanian army was the Savaran cavalry. These heavily armored horsemen formed the backbone of the empire's military strength against Rome for centuries. The Sasanian army was not made up of cavalry alone. War elephants provided both physical and psychological superiority against enemy armies. Ctesiphon was not just the capital. It was the political and economic center of the Sasanian Empire, Rome's greatest rival in the East. The Sasanian Empire rested on a strong social structure. Priests protected religion, warriors defended the borders, officials governed the state, and farmers sustained the empire's economy. The Sasanian Empire fell, but its court traditions, administrative system, and political culture continued to live on during the Abbasid era. The Sasanian Empire had fallen, but Persian cultural identity did not disappear. Legacy of the Sasanians continued for centuries. The Sasanians created a powerful monetary system. The silver dram became an important currency used not only inside the empire, but across the Middle East and Central Asia. (375 AD), Europe. The Roman Empire has ruled for 400 years. The borders are secure. The Goths, the Vandals, the Alans, and all of them towards Rome. 200 years, 5 million people. And in the end, the map of Europe will be redrawn. Today's Europe is the result of this migration. France, Germany, England, Spain, they were all born during this period. Asia Kazakh steppes, late 4th century, the Huns. Who were they? Perhaps Xiongnu, perhaps Xiongnu. Chinese sources mentioned them 200 years ago. But now, they are moving west. Why? Drought, civil war, Chinese pressure, we don't know. But what we know is this: they live on horseback, they shoot arrows, they move around, and they never stop. Attila, the Servat. He killed his brothers, he was sole ruler, and for years he shakes your team tribute, 700 land gold, per year. Western Rome flees, Gaul, Italy, 452 at this run. Leo the First Ming, until turning. But the plague, speech, no, swimming back. And infantry, gas, monopoly, poison. They are led. The Huns are dispersing. The Great is ending, but it's exciting. The God, there from Slavia, 200 years ago, south the river. First Roman. But time trade continued. Also in Rome. And Rome the Goths. G. Buffer zone. This relation will last 200 years, but behind of the Kingdom, the Huns are coming. 376 Frigorn, Gothic king, reaching the Rome border. Refugees, hungry. Rome helping the refugees, but it's not enough. Revolts in the hunt. Valentine. For a time, an emperor is killed by barbarian. 410 Alaric, the Goth king, he enters Rome. 3 days of looting. For the first time 800 years, Rome is fallen. World's in shock. Around 18, the Visigoths settle in Spain. The kingdom of Toulouse and the Western Roman Empire is collapsing. (476), the last emperor, Romulus Augustulus, young puppet. The Ostrogoth general Odoacer dethrones him. But it doesn't kill it. It retires it. The Goths are now in Italy, and the Western Roman Empire is coming to an end. Vandals, they're coming from Sweden, Vandalia, today, Pomerania, and the migration is westward. 406, the Rhine River. Winter, frozen. They're passing through. to Gaul, to Spain, and Gazric. 429, 80,000 men, to North Africa, by ship. The Vandals become seafarers, and in 439, Carthage, Rome's granary, it falls. The Vandals control the Mediterranean. Year 455. The Vandals arrive in Rome by sea. The city falls. Rome is looted for 14 days, but this was not uncontrolled destruction. Churches were protected. Pope Leo I intervenes once again. However, this time, he cannot save Rome. The Vandals were no longer just a migrating people. They had become a powerful naval force in the Mediterranean. Carthage was their capital. Rome's former grain supply was now under their control. Gold and trade were strengthening Vandal power. The Mediterranean was now under Vandal naval control. The Franks were a Germanic people, living along the Rhine River, but they were influenced by Rome. In 481, Clovis became the sole king of the Franks at just 15 years old. And Clovis fought continuously for nearly 30 years. The victory at Soissons broke the last major Roman resistance in Gaul. The Battle of Tolbiac became a turning point for Clovis. In 496, Clovis converted to Christianity. It was not only faith, it was strategy. The Roman Church and the Gallo-Roman population now supported Clovis. Clovis died, but the Franks continued to grow, and from this legacy emerged France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium. In just 200 years, between 375 and 575, Europe became unrecognizable. Western Rome collapsed. The Eastern Roman Empire survived, but reduced in power. New kingdoms emerged: Visigothic Spain, Ostrogothic Italy, Frankish Gaul. The Vandals, Burgundians, Alans, Herulian Gepids. Some disappeared, others faded into history. This transformation was not only political. Language, culture, and religion changed. Christianity spread. The Pope grew. Stronger, Rome returned, not as an empire, but as a church. Today, France, Germany, England, Spain, and Italy. All of them were born in this period. The migration period was not destruction, it was rebirth. The fall of Rome was the birth of Europe. This was a story of 200 years, a story that began with the sound of hooves. The Huns, Goths, Vandals, and Franks disappeared, but their traces remained. The migration period lasted from 375 to 568, 200 years. 5 million people moved. Europe was reborn. Rome fell, but Europe began. In the silence of the Arabian desert, on a mountain above the city of Mecca, a message that would change human history was about to begin. At the heart of this land stood a city, Mecca. And at the center of Mecca stood a structure revered for centuries, the Kaaba. In the early 7th century, the Arabian Peninsula, a land of vast deserts, tribal rivalries, and intersecting trade routes. In this land, a message would emerge that would change the course of world history. At the time Islam emerged, the Arabian Peninsula was politically fragmented. There was no central state. Society was organized around tribes, and each tribe governed itself. Rivalries and conflicts between tribes were part of everyday life. The strong held decisive power over the weak within society. Inside the Kaaba in Mecca stood hundreds of idols. It was in this very environment that a new message would soon emerge. Around the year 570 CE, a child was born in Mecca. He would become the bearer of a message that would change the course of world history. He lost his father before he was born, and at a young age. He also lost his mother, growing up as an orphan. He was first cared for by his grandfather Abdul Muttalib, and later by his uncle Abu Talib. In his youth, he worked in trade and had the opportunity to travel across different regions of Arabia. In his youth, he worked in trade. He traveled across different regions of Arabia. These journeys expanded his understanding of the world around him. Because of his honesty and integrity, he earned the respect of the people of Mecca. They gave him a name, Al-Amin. At the age of 25, around the year 595, he married Khadijah, one of the most respected and wealthy women of Mecca. The year was 610. He had withdrawn to the cave of Hira, near Mecca. There an event was about to unfold that would change the course of human history. One night, inside the cave of Hira, the first revelation began that would change the course of human history. And that night, the first word was revealed. Read. After that night, as he descended from the mountain, nothing would ever be the same again. He returned home that night. He was deeply shaken and trembling. He asked his wife Khadijah to cover him. His wife Khadijah comforted him. She reassured him and stayed by his side. She told him this was not something to fear. He went with his wife Khadijah to Waraka ibn Nawfal. Waraka said that what had happened was a divine revelation. The first to believe in his message were his wife, Khadijah, Ali, Abu Bakr, and Zayd. Thus the first small community of believers began to form. In the early years, Islam was taught in secret. A small community quietly began to grow in Mecca. He later gathered the people on Mount Safa. There, he openly called them to Islam. However, the leaders of Quraysh opposed this message. The open call was met with strong resistance in Mecca. As Islam began to spread, persecution started in Mecca. The early believers were subjected to severe torture because of their faith. As persecution intensified in Mecca, some Muslims migrated to Abyssinia. It became the first migration in Islamic history. A harsh boycott was imposed on the Muslims and the Banu Hashem in Mecca. They endured great hardship for 3 years. Persecution against the Muslims in Mecca continued to intensify. The leaders of Quraysh surrounded his house to stop him. That night, Ali stayed in his bed. That night, he quietly left Mecca. To hide from those searching for him, they took refuge in the cave of Thor. They remained hidden in the cave of Thor for 3 days. After a long journey, they approached Medina. After 3 days, they continued their journey toward Medina. They arrived in Medina. Before entering Medina, the first mosque was built in Kuba. The people of Medina welcomed them with great joy. The Prophet's mosque was built in Medina. Brotherhood was established between the Muhajirin and the Ansar. An agreement was established between the communities of Medina. Around 313 Muslims faced a much larger Meccan force at Badr. The battle ended with a Muslim victory. At Uhud, the Muslims faced the Meccan army once again. The battle became a difficult test for the Muslims. A trench was dug around Medina to defend the city. The siege failed. An agreement was made with the Meccans at Hudaybiyah. This agreement became an important turning point for the spread of Islam. In 630, Mecca was conquered. The city came under Muslim control with little fighting. The idols around the Kaaba were removed. In the valley of Hunain, they faced a sudden attack. However, the battle ended in a Muslim victory. A large army was prepared for the expedition of Tabuk. However, no battle took place. In 632, the farewell pilgrimage was performed. During the farewell pilgrimage, he delivered the farewell sermon to the people. He passed away in Medina in 632. The legacy he left spread rapidly across a vast region. In 632, Abu Bakr was chosen as the first caliph. The Ridda Wars were fought to preserve unity. The verses of the Quran began to be compiled. In 634, Umar became the second caliph. Between 634 and 644, during Umar's rule, Islamic lands expanded rapidly. In 637, Jerusalem was peacefully surrendered. In 644, Uthman became the third caliph. During Uthman's rule, copies of the Quran were prepared and sent to different regions. In 656, Uthman was martyred. In 656, Ali became the fourth caliph. In 656, the Battle of the Camel took place. In 657, the Battle of Siffin took place between the forces of Ali and Muawiyah, the governor of Syria. This battle was a continuation of the political crisis that began after the martyrdom of Uthman. It became one of the major turning points of the Rashidun period. It was followed by the arbitration event and the emergence of the After the Battle of Siffin, an arbitration took place between the two sides. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. After the arbitration that followed the Battle of Siffin, a group separated from Ali's army and became known as the Kharijites. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. In 658, the Battle of Nahrawan took place between Ali and the Kharijites. In 661, Ali was martyred. Thus, the Rashidun period came to an end. Abu Bakr was known for his honesty and loyalty. He became the first caliph and preserved unity during one of the most difficult periods of Islam. Umar was known for his justice and strong leadership. During his rule, the Islamic State became a major. Uthman was known for his kindness and generosity. During his rule, copies of the Quran were distributed to different regions. Ali was known for his courage, wisdom, and justice. He became one of the most important leaders in Islamic history. The Quran was revealed gradually over about 23 years. This process guided the community step by step and strengthened the believers. Islam is built upon 5 core practices: declaration of faith, prayer, fasting, charity, and pilgrimage. Islam encourages reading, cleanliness, goodness, and justice. It emphasizes protecting the weak and carrying responsibility. Within society, to be a Muslim, one must declare with the tongue and believe with the heart. The Quran clearly declares that there is no God but Allah and that Muhammad is his messenger. This belief forms the foundation of Islam. Islam is a faith built upon justice, compassion, knowledge, and good character. For centuries, it has continued to guide the lives of millions of people. In 661, after the death of Ali, a new era began in the Islamic world. After the death of Ali, Muawiyah became the caliph, and the Umayyad period began. During this period, the caliphate changed from an elected leadership into a hereditary system within the same family. The Umayyads moved the center of administration from Medina to Damascus. Damascus soon became the political center of the Islamic world. During Muawiyah's rule, the state administration was reorganized and the central authority was strengthened. During Muawiyah's rule, a disciplined and powerful army was established. During Muawiyah's rule, a strong naval fleet was established, increasing the influence of the Islamic State in the Mediterranean. During the Umayyad period, naval conflicts with Byzantium began to shift the balance of power in the Mediterranean. In 680, after Muawiyah, his son Yazid became caliph. Thus, the caliphate turned into a hereditary system passed from father to son. In 680, Hussein and a small group with him were surrounded. In Karbala, this event became a turning point that left a deep impact on Islamic history. During the Umayyad period, Muslim armies advanced westward and brought much of North Africa under their control. In 711, the Muslim army, led by Tariq ibn Ziyad, crossed into Al-Andalus, marking the beginning of a new era in Europe. With the conquest of Al-Andalus, Islam reached the European continent, and a new civilization began to emerge in the region. During the Umayyad period, Muslim armies advanced eastward and reached the Transoxiana region of Central Asia. Under the command of Muhammad ibn Qasim, Muslim armies reached the region of Sind, bringing Islam to the Indian subcontinent. During the reign of Abd al-Malik, Arabic became the official state language, and the first Islamic coins were introduced. These reforms strengthened central authority. In 691, the Dome of the Rock was built in Jerusalem. It became one of the most important monuments of early Islamic architecture. During the reign of Al-Walid I, the Umayyad Mosque of Damascus was built. It became one of the most important symbols of Umayyad power and early Islamic architecture. During the Umayyad period, the Islamic State expanded across a vast territory stretching from Al-Andalus in the west to Central Asia in the east. During the Umayyad period, trade routes expanded, and major cities became important economic centers. Toward the end of the Umayyad period, the Abbasids began to gain strength and opposition movements spread rapidly. In 698, with the fall of Carthage, Byzantine control in North Africa ended, and the region came under Umayyad rule. After the capture of Carthage, the Umayyads established permanent administration in North Africa, making the region an important center of the Islamic world. The new administration established in Al-Andalus quickly turned the region into one of the important cultural and commercial centers of the Islamic world. During the reign of Abd al-Malik, the central administration was reorganized and the state structure became stronger. During the reign of Abd al-Malik, Arabic became the official state language. This reform strengthened unity within the AD administration. During the reign of Abd al-Malik, the first Islamic coins were introduced. This reform strengthened the economic independence of the state. During the Umayyad period, a postal system was developed to improve communication between cities. During the Umayyad period, several campaigns were launched into Anatolia. The Umayyads laid siege to Constantinople and fought major battles against Byzantium. During the Umayyad period, cities expanded rapidly and trade flourished. During the Umayyad period, scholarly activity began to grow. New trade routes connected different regions of the empire. During the Umayyad period, the Islamic State expanded across 3 continents. During the reign of Al-Wal, major construction projects were carried out in cities. During this period, medical services began to develop. Social order and state structure became stronger. The taxation system was reorganized, increasing state revenues. Over time, the Abbasids began to gain strength. In the region of Khorasan, the Abbasids gathered strong support. In the region of Khorasan, the Abbasid movement quickly began to gain strength. The Abbasids rapidly expanded their influence by gathering support across different regions. Over time, uprisings began in many regions against Umayyad rule. Abbasid armies advanced westward and began a major struggle against Umayyad rule. The 2 major armies faced each other near the Zab River. The Battle of the Zab in 750 became the decisive conflict that led to the end of the Umayyad state. After the battle, the Umayyad army was forced to retreat. Abbasid forces advanced toward Damascus and took sole control of the government. In 750, the Umayyad state came to an end. Some members of the Umayyad dynasty managed to escape westward. A branch of the Umayyad dynasty reached Al-Andalus and established a new rule there. The new Umayyad rule established in Al-Andalus became a powerful center in the Western Islamic world. Cordoba soon became an important center of knowledge and culture. Cities of Al-Andalus became important centers along major trade routes. Al-Andalus became an important center where different cultures came together. During this period, scholarly activities accelerated and produced important developments. Urban life rapidly developed in Al-Andalus, and scholarly activity created a new intellectual center in the Western Islamic world. The Umayyads left lasting architectural achievements that became an important part of Islamic civilization. During the Umayyad period, the Islamic State expanded across a vast territory stretching from Al-Andalus in the west to Central Asia in the east. The Umayyad period played an important role in the political, cultural, and economic development of Islamic civilization. The Umayyad period took its place in history as a great era, when Islamic civilization reached vast territories and left a lasting legacy. The year was 750. The Islamic world stood on the edge of a silent but powerful transformation. For nearly a century, the Umayyads ruled the Islamic world. But non-Arab Muslim communities were growing increasingly dissatisfied. And that dissatisfaction turned into a secret movement. This movement united under black banners. In Khorasan, this movement was led by a powerful commander. And finally, two great armies met on the banks of the Zab River. This battle was not just a defeat. It was the end of an era. A new era had begun, and the Abbasids had entered the stage of history. After their victory, the Abbasids quickly began securing major cities. The new Caliph, Abu al-Abbas al-Safa, officially declared his rule. The new regime began rapidly erasing the traces of the old order. Caliph al-Mansur made a historic decision. The new capital would no longer be Damascus, it would be Baghdad. Baghdad was a carefully planned imperial capital built from the ground up. Soon, Baghdad became one of the greatest cities in the world. During the reign of Harun ar-Rashid, Baghdad became one of the most powerful cities in the world. Baghdad was no longer just a capital city. Baghdad had become the center where the world's trade routes met. At the House of Wisdom, texts from across the world were being translated. The knowledge of ancient Greece was being rediscovered. Al-Khwarizmi was transforming the foundations of mathematics. Astronomers studied the skies to understand the universe. Ibn Sina was writing one of the most important medical works in history. Early forms of modern hospitals were emerging in Baghdad. Baghdad had become one of the greatest centers of knowledge in the world. Under the Abbasids, Baghdad had become one of the brightest cities in human history. But the central authority of the Abbasids slowly began to weaken. In distant provinces, governors began making their own decisions. In North Africa, central authority was gradually fading. In the West, Al-Andalus had become a completely independent power. In Baghdad, the balance inside the palace was beginning to change. The caliphs relied on Turkic soldiers to secure their safety. But over time, these soldiers began influencing palace politics. The caliphs were gradually becoming symbolic leaders. In the 10th century, the Ubayyids entered Baghdad and took control. The caliphate continued, but real power was now in their hands. In the 11th century, a new power began rising from the east. This power was the Seljuk ruler Tughril Beg was advancing rapidly westward. The Seljuks quickly took control of Persian lands. Meanwhile, Baghdad had become politically weakened. The city was under Ubayyid control. In 1055, the Seljuk army entered Baghdad. Tughril Beg placed the caliph under his protection. And thus, the Seljuk Sultans became the political leaders of the Islamic world. During the Seljuk period, the caliphs continued as religious leaders. But political power now belonged to the Seljuk Sultans. The Seljuks restored order by building a strong administrative system. One of the architects of this system was Nizam al-Mulk. The Nizamiya madrasas he founded transformed the education system. These madrasas created a new educational network, the Islamic world. Under the Seljuks, the Islamic world regained strong political stability. But a new threat was emerging from the west. The Crusades pushed the Islamic world into a new struggle. During this time, the Abbasids continued as the spiritual authority of the Islamic world. In the 13th century, a new and powerful threat rose from the east. This threat was the Mongol army. At the head of the Mongol army stood Hulagu Khan. The Mongol army was advancing toward Baghdad. In 1258, Baghdad was besieged. The city fell quickly. House of Wisdom was destroyed. The Tigris River flowed dark with ink for days. The last Abbasid caliph was killed. And thus, Abbasid rule in Baghdad came to an end. Baghdad had fallen. The city fell into silence. But knowledge did not disappear. Knowledge moved to other cities. The Abbasid Caliphate continued in Cairo. The Caliphate had not completely ended. Abbasid knowledge reached Europe. This knowledge influenced Europe's awakening and became one of the foundations of the Renaissance. Abbasid knowledge spread across continents. Centuries later, the Caliphate passed to the Ottomans. This legacy continued to live on. Baghdad was once one of the centers of the world. The House of Wisdom changed human history. The Abbasids were not just a state. They were a bridge of civilization. And history never forgot them. The year is 793. The ships on the horizon were not ordinary. Long, narrow, and crowned with dragon heads. The warriors of the north were coming. The longships reached the shore. Warriors carrying shields and axes stepped onto this silent coast. Lindisfarne was no longer safe. A monk wrote in his chronicle, "God protect us from the fury of the Northmen." Europe was now facing a new threat. The Vikings were not born raiders. It was the harsh geography they lived in that pushed them toward the sea. Narrow lands, long winters, and limited resources forced northern people to search for new horizons. Population was growing in Scandinavia. Land was limited. For young warriors, the path to wealth and glory now lay across the sea. The Vikings' greatest strength was not only their warriors, but their ships. Long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through shallow rivers. The Vikings did not raid England alone. Soon they reached the coasts of France, the Baltic, and the rivers of Eastern Europe. The northern warriors were now everywhere across Europe. In 845, Viking ships sailed along the Seine River. The northern warriors had reached the heart of Europe. Their target was Paris. King Charles the Bald was forced to pay a large tribute to save Paris. European kingdoms were now negotiating with the Vikings, instead of stopping them. The Vikings were no longer only raiders. They settled across large parts of eastern England. These lands became known as the Dynasties. But England did not completely fall. King Alfred the Great of Wessex managed to stop the Viking advance. His resistance changed the future of England. Some Vikings turned east instead of west. Traveling along great rivers, they reached Byzantium. They were now known as the Varangians. Some Viking warriors entered the service of the Byzantine Empire. In Constantinople, they became the emperor's most trusted guards. This elite unit was known as the Varangian Guard. The Vikings were not only raiders, they explored new lands and settled there. Iceland became one of the most important colonies founded by the northern people. Viking explorer Eric the Red sailed even farther west. He named the newly discovered land Greenland and established a new colony there. Leif Erikson sailed farther west and reached a new continent. The Vikings had set foot in North America nearly 100 years before Christopher Columbus. The Vikings were not only warriors, they built powerful trade networks stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, transporting furs, silver, and valuable goods. Viking society was divided into three main classes. Jarls were the ruling elite. Carls were the free people. Thralls stood at the lowest level as slaves. In the Viking world, battle was more than survival. They believed in Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, and that brave warriors would enter Valhalla after death. Over time, the Viking world began to change. Scandinavian kings accepted Christianity. The old gods were slowly replaced by a new faith. The Viking Age came to an end, but the legacy of the northern warriors lived on in Europe's culture, trade, and exploration. They were not only raiders, they were explorers who helped shape history. One of the most mysterious figures in Viking history was Ragnar Lothbrok. According to some sources, he was a great warrior. According to others, only a legend. Ragnar Lothbrok later turned toward the shores of England, but this time, the campaign would not end as he expected. Ragnar Lothbrok quickly gained fame in the Viking world. His raids across England and Frankish lands made his name legendary among northern warriors. Ragnar was not only a warrior. Under his leadership, many Viking warriors united. Across the northern world, his name became associated with great expeditions. Ragnar Lothbrok sailed toward England one last time, but this time he did not command a great army. This journey would change his fate. Ragnar Lothbrok was captured in England. By order of King Alella, he was thrown into a pit of snakes. But his death did not end the Viking raids. It marked the beginning of a much greater army. Ragnar's death caused great anger in the north. His sons gathered one of the largest Viking armies in history to take revenge. In 866, the great heathen army reached the shores of England. This was no longer a raid. It was the beginning of a permanent invasion. The great heathen army quickly captured the city of York. The city would now be known as Jorvik, and became a major center of Viking power in England. The great heathen army quickly began to shake the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Northumbria, Mercia, and East Anglia fell under Viking control. Much of England was now in the hands of northern warriors. Much of England had fallen to the Vikings, but the kingdom of Wessex still stood. King Alfred formed the last line of defense against the Viking advance. In 878, at the Battle of Edington, Alfred's army stopped the Viking leader, Guthrum. This victory became a turning point that prevented England from falling completely under Viking rule. After the victory at Edington, Alfred and the Viking leader, Guthrum, agreed on the Treaty of Wedmore. England was now divided between two worlds: the south, under Anglo-Saxon control, and the east under Viking rule. In 1066, William, Duke of Normandy, invaded England. This conquest was not only a change of kings, it was the return of the Viking legacy to England. The Norman descendants of the Vikings reached not only England, but also the Mediterranean. In southern Italy and Sicily, they established new kingdoms and shaped the politics of southern Europe. In 1066, Viking King Harald Hardrada launched his final campaign into England, but he was defeated at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. This defeat marked the end of the Viking Age. The Vikings changed Europe not only through war, but through the legacy they left behind. The cities they founded, the trade routes they opened, and the kingdoms they shaped permanently influenced the continent. The Vikings became the first Europeans to reach North America. The settlement at Vinland was short-lived, but it marked the first known European journey across the Atlantic. The Vikings were not only raiders, they were traders, explorers, warriors, and the legacy they left behind changed the course of European history. The greatest strength behind Viking success was their ships. Carefully built, long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through rivers. The Vikings were not only brave, they were skilled navigators. Using the sun, the stars, and signs from the sea, they were able to travel across the open ocean. The Vikings were not only warriors from the north, they were explorers who expanded Europe's horizons, sailors who reshaped trade routes, and a civilization that influenced the course of world history. In the 11th century, the Great Seljuk Empire was the most powerful state in the Middle East. In Baghdad, the Abbasid Caliph remained in place, while real political power was held by the Yet, in the rugged mountains of northern Persia, a different movement was beginning to emerge. Soon, the center of this movement would become the fortress of Alamut. Hazen Seba was born around the year 1050 in the city of Qam in Persia. From a young age, he showed a strong interest in knowledge and learning. He studied theology, mathematics, and philosophy. He studied theology, mathematics, and philosophy. During his early years, Hazen Seba encountered the teachings of the Islam. To understand this teaching better, he set out on a journey to Cairo. At that time, Cairo was one of the most important centers of learning under the Fatimid Caliphate. There, Hassan Sabr met important figures of the Ismaili movement. However, political struggles within the Fatimid court made Hassan Sabr's position increasingly difficult. As a result, he was forced to leave Cairo. Hassan Sabr began his journey back toward Persia. His goal was now to establish a new center in the mountains. In 1090, Hassan Sabr turned his attention toward the fortress of Alamat. The fortress was captured not through battle, but through careful strategy. Alamat had now become Hassan Sabr's center of power. Soon, this fortress would become the center of a new state. After capturing the fortress of Alamat, Hassan Sabr began establishing a new order there. This was not merely the control of a fortress, but the beginning of a new political structure. Soon, other mountain fortresses around Alamat joined this growing network. Thus, a new state connected across the mountains began to emerge. Instead of building large armies, Hassan Sabr formed a small but disciplined force. These men were the Fedayeen, trained with absolute loyalty. The Fedayeen were prepared for precise missions rather than open warfare. This system quickly made Hassan Sabr's power felt across the region. At this time, the Great Seljuk Empire was the dominant political power across Persia and the surrounding regions. One of the most powerful figures of the Seljuk state was the vizier Nizam al-Mulk. The Seljuk administration viewed Hassan Sabr's movement as a serious threat. Thus began a long struggle between the Seljuks and Alamat. In 1092, the Seljuk vizier Nizam al-Mulk was attacked during a journey. A Fedayeen approached the vizier and carried out the assassination. This event caused a major shock across the Islamic world. This assassination demonstrated the power of Alamat across the region. After the assassination of Nizam al-Mulk, the influence of Alamat rapidly expanded. Regional rulers now had to take the power of Alamat seriously. Instead of open warfare, the Fedayeen changed the balance. through targeted missions. This method allowed Hazen Seba to survive against powerful states with a relatively small force. The fortress of Alamut did not remain alone for long. Soon, important fortresses such as Lamisar joined this network. These fortresses formed a powerful defensive system, connected through communication. Thus, a connected defensive network was established across the mountains. During this period, Crusader states had emerged in the Eastern Mediterranean. These new powers began to reshape the political balance of the region. The Nizari Ismailis sometimes fought these states, and sometimes established diplomatic relations with them. The fortresses in Syria became important centers of these interactions. Hazen Seba continued his rule from the fortress of Alamut for many years. He maintained a highly disciplined system of governance. He spent most of his life without leaving Alamut. As his life neared its end, the state he had built continued to survive. Hazen Seba died in 1124 in the fortress of Alamut. However, his death did not mark the end of the state he created. The Nizri Ismaili state, centered in Alamut, continued to survive. The system established by Hazen Seba continued to remain influential for many years. In the 13th century, a new power began advancing into Persia from the east. This power was the Mongol army. The Mongol forces were commanded by Hulagu Khan. And one of their targets would be the fortress of Alamut. In 1256, Mongol armies advanced toward Alamut. The fortress of Alamut, which had resisted for decades, was placed under siege. In the end, the fortress of Alamut fell to the Mongols. Thus, the state founded by Hazen Seba came to an end. In one of the harshest lands on earth, a child was born. His name was Temujin. No one knew his future, but his destiny was not ordinary. His father was a tribal leader, but his enemies killed him. Temujin and his family were abandoned. They had to survive. Temujin and his family were abandoned by their tribe. He grew up fighting hunger. Temujin brought food back to his family. He was already carrying the burden of responsibility. But being alone on the steppe was dangerous. He did not yet know the threat approaching him. One day, he was captured. But he managed to escape. Now he was alone. But he had a great vision. And that vision would change the world. Young Temujin found a powerful ally. His name was Jamuka. They grew up together. They fought together. Temujin began gathering loyal warriors. He was no longer alone. But leadership was not easily earned. Jamuka was chosen as leader. Temujin chose a different path. He chose ordinary warriors over nobles. This decision changed everything. Old friends were now rivals. An inevitable war was approaching. The steppe became a battlefield. And Temujin would not turn back. Temujin began to fight. The steppe was his battlefield. Many tribes joined him. His army was growing rapidly. But Jamuka still stood against him. A great battle began. Temujin did not retreat. Jamuka was defeated. His old friend was captured. And their destinies changed. Now the tribes were uniting. A great Kurultai was called. A new leader would be chosen. All eyes turned to Temujin. The tribes supported him. And a decision was made. A new era was beginning. Temujin was now Genghis Khan. The Mongols were now one army. And the world had not yet met them. Genghis Khan built a powerful army. The strength of the army was speed and mobility. They could shoot arrows while riding. Their bows were deadly. They used the feigned retreat tactic. They lured their enemies into traps and surrounded them. The army was disciplined. Every unit was organized. Orders moved quickly. A relay system was created. This system sped communication. Scouts gathered intelligence. Plans were prepared in advance. Now borders would be crossed. In 1211, Genghis Khan invaded northern China. The first target was China. The Mongols advanced against the Jin dynasty. The war was just beginning. In 1215, Zhongdu was captured. Zhongdu, Bugenko-Peki. New cities were targeted. Northern China was now under Mongol control. In 1218, the Mongols turned west. A Mongol trade caravan arrived in Ot. But the caravan was arrested. The envoys were executed. Genghis Khan answered with war. In 1219, the Great Campaign began. Otra was besieged. The city was captured. The next target was Bukhara. In 1220, Bukhara fell. Genghis Khan entered the city. The next target was Samarkand was besieged. The city fell quickly. The Khwarezm Shah fled. The Mongols pursued him. The Khwarezm Shah died in the Caspian Sea. The Mongols advanced into Persia. Many cities fell. The Mongols continued westward. Now the world knew them. The Mongol army crossed the Caucasus Mountains. They were now approaching the gates of Europe. Mongol scouts were watching the Rus principalities. The great cities of Europe did not yet know the danger that was coming. Mongol reconnaissance forces moved across the Russian steppe. The borders of Europe were now before them. The Rus princes united against the Mongols. Europe was preparing a common defense for the first time. In 1223, the two armies faced each other at the Kelka River. This confrontation marked the beginning of a new era for Europe. The Mongols used the feigned retreat tactic. They were drawing the Rus army into a planned trap. The Rus army began to pursue the Mongols. But this advance was leading them into a trap. The Mongols suddenly turned back. The Rus army was now surrounded. The Rus army suffered a devastating defeat. Europe witnessed the true power of the Mongols for the first time. This victory was the result of Subutai and Jeeb's strategy. The Mongols had now tested the strength of Europe. The Mongols could have advanced deeper into Europe. But this campaign was only a reconnaissance mission. Europe was no longer unknown to the Mongols. This reconnaissance laid the foundation for future invasions. The Mongol reconnaissance army turned back east. The knowledge they gathered would shape future campaigns. In 1226, Genghis Khan launched his final campaign. The target was the Western Shaya Kingdom. The Mongol army entered Western Xia territory. Soon, major cities were placed under siege. Western Xia cities were under heavy assault. The Mongols were tightening the siege ring. During the Western Xia campaign, Genghis Khan fell ill. Yet the army continued its advance. In 1227, Genghis Khan died. The death of Genghis Khan was kept secret from the army. The campaign continued until the mission was complete. Genghis Khan was buried in a secret location. The place of his grave remains unknown even today. In 1229, Ogedei Khan was proclaimed Great Khan. the Mongol Empire would continue to expand. Ogedei Khan made Karakorum the capital of the empire. From here, campaigns across Asia and Europe were directed. In 1236, Beta Khan launched a great campaign toward the west. Subutai was the strategic architect of this invasion. The Mongols defeated the Volga Bulk. The gates of Eastern Europe were now open. In 1237, Ryazan was besieged by the Mongols. The city was completely destroyed in a short time. In 1238, Vladimir fell to the Mongols. The resistance of the Rus principalities began to collapse rapidly. In 1238, Moscow was burned by the Mongols. Though still a small settlement, it was completely destroyed. In 1240, Kiev was captured by the Mongols. One of the greatest cities of Eastern Europe had fallen. The Mongol armies were now advancing towards Central Europe. Poland and Hungary had become the next targets. In 1241, European knights faced the Mongols at the Battle of Lignita. But once again, the Mongol army proved superior. In 1241, the Hungarian army suffered a devastating defeat at the Battle of Mohi. The Mongols had now reached the gates of Central Europe. The Mongol armies continued advancing across Central Europe. Europe now appeared defenseless. In 1241, Ogedei Khan died. The Mongol army had to return for the Kurultai assembly. The Mongol army withdrew from Europe. But this was not a defeat. Beta Khan established the Golden Horde in the Western Territories. The Rus principalities were now under Mongol rule. The Mongol Empire became the largest land empire in history. Its lands stretched from China to Europe. The Mongols established secure trade routes across Eurasia. This period became known as the Pax Mongolica. The Mongol Empire connected different cultures across Eurasia. Knowledge and technology spread rapidly along its routes. Thanks to Mongol roads, travelers like Marco Polo reached Asia. The world was becoming more connected. The Mongols did not just build an empire. They changed the course of the world. Across the Eurasian steppe, a new power was rising. This power was not just a state. It was the legacy of the greatest land empire the world had ever seen. And this legacy would give rise to the Golden Horde. In 1227, Genghis Khan died. After his death, the Mongol Empire was divided among his sons. The western lands were entrusted to the lineage of Jochi. And this legacy would soon give rise to the Golden Horde. Under Batu Khan's leadership, Mongol armies began advancing westward. This advance was not an ordinary campaign of conquest. This advance was the beginning of a wave that would change Europe forever. And the first target was the Rus principalities. Soon, Mongol armies reached Kiev. The city was placed under siege. And Kiev fell to the Mongol armies. The balance of power in Eastern Europe had now changed forever. Mongol armies continued advancing westward. Poland and Hungary had become the next targets. European armies suffered defeat after defeat. A great fear spread across Europe. Mongol armies were preparing to advance deeper into Europe. But unexpected news arrived. The great Khan, Girai, had died. And Batu Khan was forced to withdraw his armies. Batu Khan established a new center along the Volga River. This center was the city of Sarai. Sarai soon became the capital of the Golden Horde. And Sarai quickly became a major center of trade. The Golden Horde established dominance over the Rus principalities. But this dominance was not direct occupation. The Rus principalities began paying tribute. Through this system, the Golden Horde controlled vast territories efficiently. The northern branch of the Silk Road passed through Golden Horde territory. These routes connected the east and the west. The city of Sarai became an international trade center. Different cultures met within Golden Horde lands. Over time, the structure of the Golden Horde began to change. Turkic steppe communities became increasingly influential within the state. This transformation also affected the structure of governance. The Golden Horde became a Turkic Mongol steppe empire. The most important turning point came during the reign of Berk Khan. Berk Khan encountered Islam, and Berk Khan accepted Islam. The Golden Horde had become part of the Islamic world. The destruction of Baghdad caused great anger within the Golden Horde. Berk Khan moved against Hulagu Khan. For the first time, Mongol armies fought against each other. This war created a major fracture within the Mongol world. The Golden Horde became a powerful center north of the Black Sea. Crimean ports became major centers of international trade. Genoese merchants established colonies in the region. These colonies strengthened trade between the Golden Horde and Europe. During this period, the Grand Duchy of Moscow began to rise. At first, Moscow was a principality under Golden Horde authority. But over time, Moscow grew stronger. And this rise laid the foundation for the future Russian state. The Golden Horde reached one of its most powerful eras. Especially under Uzbek Khan, the state reached its peak. During this time, Islam became the official state religion. The Golden Horde had become a great empire. Over time, the Golden Horde began to weaken due to internal conflicts. Struggles for the throne shook the central authority. This situation allowed the principalities to grow stronger. The power of the Golden Horde began to fragment. By the 15th century, the Golden Horde began to fragment. The Kazan Khanate became one of the successor states. The Crimean Khanate rose to power north of the Black Sea. The Astrakhan Khanate also inherited the Golden Horde's legacy. During this period, Moscow gradually became independent. The Golden Horde lost its former strength. The political balance of Eastern Europe was changing once again. Yet the legacy of the Golden Horde continued for centuries. Toktamish Khan faced the army of Timur. This battle became a disaster for the Golden Horde. The Golden Horde suffered a devastating blow. And Timur advanced into Golden Horde territory. The legacy of the Golden Horde continued across the steppe, but in the east, a new power was rising, to be continued. By the mid-13th century, the Mongol armies were advancing toward the west. This advance was more than a conquest. It was the beginning of a new empire. In 1256, Hulagu Khan launched a massive campaign toward the west. His goal was to bring Persia and the Middle East under Mongol rule. One of the first major targets was the fortress of Alamet. The Mongols laid siege to the fortress high in the mountains. The fortress of Alamet could not hold for long. The Mongol army captured the fortress in a short time. The fortress, once thought unreachable, had fallen. Now the gates of Mesopotamia were open to the Mongols. The Mongol army was now advancing toward Baghdad. For centuries, Baghdad had been the heart of the Islamic world. But now, the city faced an approaching and unprecedented danger. The Mongol armies arrived before the walls of Baghdad. In 1258, the Mongols placed Baghdad under siege. The siege quickly began to overwhelm the city's defenses. The Abbasid defenders resisted from the walls with determination. But the city would not be able to hold much longer. In 1258, the walls of Baghdad were finally breached. The Mongol army entered the city. The Abbasid rule was now on the verge of collapse. With the fall of Baghdad, the Abbasid Caliphate came to an end. After the fall of Baghdad, Hulagu Khan established a new state. This state would become known as the Ilkhanate stretched from Persia to Anatolia. The new state controlled the trade routes between East and West. After the fall of Baghdad, the Ilkhanate army continued, advancing westward. One by one, the cities of Syria began to fall under Ilkhanate control. But the next target of their advance was Egypt. Now they faced a powerful opponent, the In 1260, two great armies met at Ain Jalut. The Mamluk cavalry launched their attack against the Mongol army. The battle quickly turned into a fierce confrontation. This battle stopped the Mongol advance in the Middle East. After Ain Jalut, the Ilkhanate began adapting to the lands they ruled. Persian administrators began to play an important role in government. Islamic scholars became increasingly influential around the court. The Mongols were no longer only conquerors, they had become rulers of an empire. In 1295, Ghazan Khan made a decisive choice. By accepting Islam, he changed the direction of the state. This decision transformed the identity of the Ilkhanate. The Ilkhanate had now become a powerful Islamic state. During the Ilkhanate period, the Silk Road began to revive once again. Trade between East and West became secure once again. The Ilkhanate administration secured control over the trade routes. These routes made the Ilkhanate one of the most important powers in the region. In 1335, after the death of Abu Said Bahadur Khan, the balance began to change. Struggles for the throne began among members of the dynasty. Regional commanders began acting independently. The Ilkhanate was losing its former strength. The Ilkhanate administration gradually began adopting Persian state traditions. The Karakoyunlu Turkmen began rising across Persia and eastern Anatolia. The Koyunlu soon became one of the major powers of the region. The the Aq Koyunlu soon became one of the major powers of the region. Although the Ilkhanate had fallen, its legacy continued to live on. Cities, trade routes, and centers of learning continued to survive. Movement along the Silk Road continued. But a new balance of power was emerging across the region. After the Ilkhanate, new movements began to rise in the east. In Central Asia, new leaders began gathering strength. Across the steppes, preparations for new campaigns were underway. Soon, one name would stand at the center of this movement. After the Ilkhanate, a new power was rising in Central Asia. The leader of this rising power would be Timur. Soon, his campaigns would reshape the fate of the entire region. A new imperial age was about to begin. By the late 13th century, the world had become a stage of powerful empires. In the west, the Byzantine Empire still survived around Constantinople. Across Anatolia, the Anatolian Seljuk state was weakening under Mongol pressure. To the south, the Mamluk Sultanate stood as the only force able to stop the Mongol advance. In the north, the Golden Horde ruled the vast steppe lands beyond the Black Sea. Further east, the Chagatai Khanate controlled Central Asia, and in the Far East, the Yuan Empire dominated China. At the center of this world stood the Ilkhanate, but its power would not last forever. Soon, a new conqueror would rise from Central Asia. His name was Timur. In the 13th century, the Islamic world was facing a major crisis. From the east, the Mongols were advancing. In the west, Crusader states still controlled the coastline. Meanwhile, the Abbasid Caliphate was losing its power. The Mamluk system was one of the most unique military structures of the medieval world. Mamluks were recruited at a young age and trained in specialized military academies in Cairo. They mastered horseback riding and archery, transforming into elite cavalry warriors. Their loyalty was not to families, but directly to their commanders. At first, the Mamluks were not independent. They served within the Ayyubid state, founded by Saladin. They were first used as palace guards and elite cavalry units. Over time, they became the most powerful military force within the state. By the year 1250, the Mamluks were no longer just a military class. They had gained enough power to influence the leadership of the state. In 1250, they seized control and established their own state. Thus, the era of the Bahri Mamluks had begun. In 1258, Mongol armies reached Baghdad, the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate. Soon, the city was placed under siege. The fall of Baghdad created a massive shock across the Islamic world. The Mongol armies continued advancing, and Syria became their next target. Mongol armies rapidly advanced into the lands of Syria. Damascus and the surrounding cities fell under serious threat. The Mamluks began preparing to stop the approaching threat. The Mamluk army marched north, preparing to confront the Mongols. In 1260, the Mamluk army prepared to confront the Mongols in the Valley of Angel. The Mamluk army was commanded by Sultan Kut. One of his leading commanders was The two armies faced each other at Angel. As the battle began, the Mamluks executed a planned tactical retreat. Mongol forces began pursuing the retreating Mamluk troops. But this retreat was a trap. The Mamluk forces launched a sudden counterattack, surrounding the Mongol army. At Angjalut, the Mamluk army successfully stopped the Mongol advance. The Mongol army was forced to retreat. This victory was more than just the outcome of a battle. It became a turning point that changed the course of history. With the victory at Ain Jalut, the Mongol advance into the Middle East was halted. The Mamluks secured control over Syria and Palestine. Mamluk commanders began shaping the new balance of power in the region. The Mamluks had now become the dominant military power of the region. After the victory at Ain Jalut, one of the most important leaders of the Mamluk army emerged. That leader was Sultan Baybars soon took control of the Mamluk Sultanate. Under his leadership, the Mamluk Sultanate entered a new era of strength. Sultan Baybars first secured the frontier against the Mongol threat. Defensive positions along the Syrian frontier were strengthened. Mamluk commanders reorganized the defense of the region. This prevented the Mongols from advancing once again. Sultan Baybars did not fight only against the Mongols. Crusader fortresses along the Levant coast still posed a serious threat. Baybars launched a series of campaigns against these fortresses. As a result of these campaigns, many Crusader fortresses fell under Mamluk control. Mamluk campaigns changed the balance of power along the eastern Mediterranean coast. Crusader fortresses gradually became isolated. The Mamluk army turned toward the last major Crusader strongholds in the region. Thus, Mamluk dominance along the eastern Mediterranean coast began to take shape. In 1291, the Mamluk army laid siege to the city of Acre. The city was the last major Crusader stronghold in the eastern Mediterranean. After intense fighting, the Mamluk forces managed to breach the city. With the fall of Acre, Crusader presence in the region came to an end. During the Mamluk period, Cairo became one of the most important cities in the world. The city became a major center of international trade. Madrasas were established, and intellectual life flourished. Cairo became the political and cultural center of the Islamic world. The Mamluk army was one of the most disciplined military forces of its time. Each Mamluk soldier was a skilled horseman and expert archer. These cavalry units provided exceptional mobility on the battlefield. Thanks to this military structure, the Mamluks remained one of the most powerful armies in the region for a long time. Over time, a new era began within the Mamluk Sultanate. During this period, the ruling class was largely of Circassian origin. Although the political structure changed, the military strength remained. The Mamluks continued to be one of the most powerful states in the region. By the late 15th century, the Ottoman Empire began to rise rapidly in power. The Ottomans were expanding from Anatolia toward the Middle East. This expansion made a direct confrontation with the Mamluks inevitable. Thus, a new era of conflict began between the two great powers. In 1516, the Mamluks and the Ottomans faced each other at the Battle of Marj-Debie. The Ottoman army gained a significant advantage with its advanced weaponry. The Mamluk army suffered a heavy defeat in this battle. This defeat marked the beginning of the end for the Mamluk Sultanate. After the victory at Marj-Debie, the Ottoman army advanced toward Cairo. Cairo was the final major center of the Mamluk Sultanate. In 1517, the Ottoman army captured the city. Thus, the Mamluk Sultanate came to an end politically. In the 14th century, across the harsh and unforgiving steppes of Central Asia, a child was born who would change the fate of the world. No one knew This child would one day shake empires. His name would be Timur. For a child growing up on the steppe, survival was not a choice, but a necessity. War was a natural part of the world he was born into. But Timur was learning more than just how to fight. And within him was the desire to become more than a simple warrior. Over time, Timur was becoming more than just a warrior. Alliances were formed, and just as quickly, they were broken. Power was no longer won by courage alone, but by strategy. And Timur had learned the rules of this game. Semir was becoming the center of Timur's power. One by one, the tribes began to gather around him. And in time, Timur declared his own destiny. He was no longer just a leader, but the ruler of a rising empire. The goal was no longer survival, but conquest. Cities were besieged, and those who resisted paid a heavy price. Where Timur's army passed, it left behind not only victory, but destruction. And Timur knew that fear was the most powerful weapon of all. Two powers once allied were now standing against each other. The steppes became the stage for one of history's greatest clashes. Defeat was not just the end of a battle, but the fall of a power. And Timur was no longer just a conqueror, but a force-shaking countenance. Timur's army was now advancing into the heart of India. Before him stood a force unlike anything he had faced. But the outcome did not change. The city fell. And what remained was one of the darkest marks in history. Two great powers finally stood face to face. The plains of Ankara became the stage for one of history's most critical battles. And in the end, the Ottoman Sultan was captured. Samarkand was now one of the most magnificent cities in the world. Timur had become not only a destroyer, but a builder. Mines gathered from conquered lands, turned this city into a center of knowledge. And the empire was larger than ever before. Timur's empire was growing larger with every passing year. Conquered lands were merging into a vast and unstoppable power. The roads were now under his control. Trade, power, and wealth flowed within his borders. Different cultures, different cities, all united under a single authority. And Timur had no intention of stopping. For him, a border was simply the next target. Timur's victories were not won only on the battlefield. He was conquering the minds of his enemies. His name was enough to spread fear before he even arrived. Many cities chose to surrender without a fight. Because everyone knew the cost of resistance would be far greater. Timur's armies were now turning toward the greatest cities of the world. The target was Damascus. Strong walls were not enough to stop his advance. Cities fell, and once great centers were left in silence. And Timur was no longer just a conqueror, but a force that reshaped history. For Timur, there was still a world left unconquered, and he turned his gaze to the east. Hedef Dunyanin and Büyük Medina Larindam, Biridi, Kin. But this time, nature itself was as ruthless as the enemy. And Timur was marching toward the greatest campaign of his life. As the journey dragged on, the army began to weaken. The cold was taking its toll on everyone. And Timur was facing the limits of his power for the first time. Whispers spread through the camp. The generals were uneasy. Something was changing. And in the end, even the greatest conqueror could not defy time. In 1405, the steppe fell into silence. Timur's campaign ended here. He was gone, but the power he built still remained. The empire was vast, but the one who held it together was gone. And Timur was etched into history as a name remembered with both fear and awe. His story was not written only in war. Historians recorded his name across countless pages. After destruction, a legacy emerged. Cities were reshaped. Timur's legacy was remembered through both destruction and creation. And today, his name still echoes as one of history's most powerful legacies. When Timur died, he left behind a shattered world. His empire quickly began to fall apart, and a massive power vacuum emerged. And that vacuum called for new powers. In the 14th century, Eastern Anatolia was a land where power struggles began. Two great powers were rising on these lands: the Karakohunlu and the Akkohunlu. After Timur's death, Kara Yusuf returned. He regrouped his scattered power. And he captured Tabriz. Anatolia, Iran, and Mesopotamia. Their destinies were intertwined. The Karakohunlu state was reborn. After Kara Yusuf, Sian Shah ascended the throne. Under his rule, the Karakohunlu state expanded rapidly. Many key cities, including Baghdad, were captured. During his reign, the Karakohunlu experienced their golden age. Sihan Shah was more than just a ruler. He was also a poet. He wrote under the name Hakiki. In his world, sword and pen existed together. In the east, a new power was rising. The Akkohunlu were emerging. Their foundations were laid by Kara Uluk Osman. But their true power had yet to come. A new leader entered the stage. That leader was Uzenhazen. He watched his rival patiently, and he waited for the right moment. In 1467, two great powers faced each other. The battle was fierce and brutal. Sian Shah was defeated in battle, and the Karakohunlu state collapsed. After the victory, the Akkohunlu gained power. Uzenhazen established a vast empire. Tabriz became the capital of the Akkohunlu state. The state reached its peak during his reign. But in the west, a new power was rising. This power was the Ottoman Empire. Uzenhazen closely watched this rise. Tension between the two great powers was rising. The Ottoman army was disciplined and powerful. The Akkohunlu army was preparing for battle. The two armies faced each other. Before the battle, there was a heavy silence. The battle began suddenly. The clash quickly turned into chaos. The Ottoman army used its firepower. The AQ Koyunlu army was pushed under pressure. The balance of the battle had shifted. The AQ Koyunlu forces began to retreat. The battlefield turned into a scene of devastation, with hundreds fallen and order completely shattered. This defeat permanently ended the military dominance of the AQ Koyunlu state. After the defeat at Otluk Belli, succession struggles began within the AQ Koyunlu court. Power struggles among members of the dynasty intensified. This situation further weakened central authority. The state was now shaken more by internal conflict than by external enemies. As the AQ Koyunlu weakened, a new power was emerging in the east. The leader of this movement was a remarkable figure, despite his young age. He quickly gathered a large following. This rise marked the beginning of a shift in the regional balance of power. The leader of this movement was Shah Ismail. He quickly formed a disciplined force. The force around him grew rapidly. This force moved directly against AQ Koyunlu dominance. By 1501, Shah Ismail was advancing toward the heart of AQ Koyunlu territory. Tabriz was aware of the approaching threat. Shah Ismail entered the city with little resistance. With the capture of Tabriz, AQ Koyunlu rule came to an end. After the capture of Tabriz, a new political order began to take shape. Shah Ismail quickly established central authority. The state was built upon a strong administrative system. Thus, the Safavid state officially emerged. The end of the AQ Koyunlu and Kara Koyunlu era led to a new balance of power in the region. These two nomadic origin structures gave way to a more centralized and lasting state. the Safavid state quickly became one of the dominant political forces in the region. This transformation opened the door to a new era, Ottoman-Safavid rivalry. At the end of the 13th century, Anatolia stood in the middle of a collapsing world. The Seljuk state had fragmented, Mongol shadows covered the horizon. But no one knew. An empire was about to rise from this chaos. Anatolia had lost its old order. A new age was beginning. Principalities were rising. Borders were being redrawn. And history was quietly changing direction. On the western frontier of Anatolia, there was a small border settlement. But this place was no ordinary land. Here, a new power was rising. And this power would soon change the fate of the world. The people who lived here were the people of the frontier. They were not just nomads. Here, a power was being forged. And the name of this power was the Kai tribe. At the head of these people stood an experienced leader. His duty was to guard the frontier. Because beyond this frontier stood Byzantium. And this frontier would soon change the course of history. On this frontier, a new leader was rising. No one knew it yet. But his destiny was not to remain just a warrior. It would found a state. One night, Osman Bey arrived at a different door. This door belonged to Sheikh Edabalis Lodge. And this meeting was not just a visit. That night would change the course of history. That night, Osman Bey had a dream. From Sheikh Edabalis' chest, a moon began to rise. And that moon entered Osman Bey's heart. From his chest rose a great tree. Its shadow covered the world. When morning came, Osman Bey told his dream. Sheikh Edebali knew the meaning of this dream. This dream foretold the birth of a great state, and the founder of that state would be Osman Bey. Now the target was clear. Osman Bey's first target was the fortress of Karakohize. And Osman Bey took his first great step. This step would mark the beginning of a state. Karakohizar was under siege. And the battle began. Soon after, Karakohizer was conquered. And Osman Bey had taken his first city. Karakohizer was now under Osman Bey's control. And the Ottoman banner rose over a fortress for the first time. In this fortress, the khutbah was proclaimed in Osman Bey's name. This moment was the declaration of a state's birth. By this time, Seljuk authority in Anatolia was fading, and the frontier lords began making their own decisions. Osman Bey, too, was now acting in his own name. These steps marked the true beginning of the Ottoman state. Across western Anatolia, Byzantine frontier lines stretched ahead. Osman Bey's next targets were Bilcek and Yarhisar. And Osman Bey began making strategic moves. The Ottomans were now beginning to expand. Osman Bey had formed a strong bond with Sheikh Idabali. This bond grew even stronger through marriage. And Osman Bey began preparing for This move would accelerate the rise of the Ottomans. Yarhisar was one of the Ottomans' next targets. And soon, the siege began. The Ottomans were now the rising power of the region. But ahead of the Ottomans stood a greater target. That target was and Bursa would become the first great capital of the Ottomans. But the conquest of Bursa had not yet begun. Across western Anatolia, Byzantine defenses were weakening. Ottoman pressure was steadily increasing. New warriors were gathering around Osman Bey. The Ottomans were now one of the strongest frontier principalities. The Byzantine Empire sought to stop the Ottoman advance. And the two armies met at Koyunhisar. The outcome of this battle would change the balance in Anatolia. And the Ottomans won their first major pitched battle. After Koyunhisar, the balance in Anatolia had changed. Byzantine defenses began to withdraw. And before the Ottomans, a great objective was rising. That objective was Bursa. The rise of the Ottomans was only just beginning. The next destination was Bursa. And the Ottoman army continued its march westward. To be continued. The year is 1204. The Fourth Crusade was no longer heading to the Holy Land, but toward one of the richest cities in the world. The target was no longer Jerusalem, but Constantinople. The Christian world was turning against itself. This attack was not driven by faith alone. It was a calculated move for trade, power, and control of sea routes. And at the center of this plan stood a rising maritime power, Venice. When the sack of 1204 began, Constantinople faced a catastrophe unlike anything it had seen in centuries. Churches were looted, sacred relics were stolen, and the wealth of Byzantium was loaded onto ships. One of the greatest beneficiaries of this destruction was Venice. Constantinople had fallen, Byzantium was shattered, and the Latin Empire had been established within the city. But Venice was not the only rising power in the Mediterranean. Another maritime republic was growing in the west, Genoa. Through trade networks and powerful banking families, the Genoese accumulated enormous wealth. Their main ambition was to dominate the trade routes leading into the Black Sea. And soon, a rivalry that would last for centuries began between Venice and Genoa. By the 13th century, Mediterranean trade had become one of Europe's greatest sources of wealth. Spices, silk, grain, and precious goods. Every product arriving from the east generated immense profit. The states controlling the ports were also controlling the economic state of the Mediterranean. That is why the rivalry between Venice and Genoa became far more than a simple struggle for trade. In 1261, Byzantium made a crucial agreement with Genoa to end Latin domination over Constantinople. Emperor Michael VIII, Palaiologos, agreed to grant the Genoese major trading privileges. That same year, Constantinople was recaptured and the Byzantine Empire was restored. But even after its return, Byzantium was no longer as powerful as before. The city's economy was increasingly falling under foreign influence. One of the greatest privileges granted to the Genoese by Byzantium was the district of Galata. Rising across the Golden Horn, Galata quickly became one of Genoa's most important trading bases. Surrounded by warehouses, walls, and towers, the district became almost a separate city within Constantinople itself. The trade of the Byzantine capital was no longer fully under Byzantine control. Genoa's true power expanded even further through access to Black Sea trade. The port of Kaffa in Crimea became one of Genoa's most important trading centers. Silk, furs, grain, and slave trade, wealth flowing from the Black Sea enriched Genoa. This expansion represented a major threat to Venice. By the late 13th century, the rivalry had begun turning into open warfare. Across the Mediterranean, the two great maritime republics fought each other for control of trade routes. At the Battle of Cursola, in 1298, Venice suffered a devastating defeat. It is even believed that the famous traveler Marco Polo was captured during this battle. Despite the defeat at Cursola, Venice recovered rapidly. The Venetian arsenal was one of the most advanced shipbuilding centers of the medieval world. The warships produced their restored Venice's dominance at sea. For Venice, maritime trade was not just about wealth, but survival itself. Genoa drew its strength not only from warships, but from bankers and merchant families as well. The city's wealthy families built vast trade networks across the Mediterranean and accumulated enormous fortunes. Genoese ships transported valuable goods from the Black Sea into Europe. Now there were two dominant powers in the Mediterranean, and both sought to rule the seas. By the 14th century, the Byzantine Empire was far from its former glory. Much of the city's trade had fallen under the control of Venetian and Genoese merchants. The Byzantine emperors struggled to maintain balance between the two maritime powers. But this policy of balance only made the empire increasingly dependent. At that very moment, a new power was rising in Anatolia, the Ottomans. At first a small frontier principality, the Ottomans quickly gained strength along the Byzantine borders. Bursa, Nicaea, and other key cities gradually fell under Ottoman control. This rise represented a new threat to both Venice and Genoa. In 1354, the Ottomans established themselves in Gallipoli, gaining a permanent foothold in Europe. This development marked a major turning point for Byzantium. Venice saw Ottoman expansion as a threat to trade in the eastern Mediterranean. Genoa often tried to protect its interests rather than directly confront the Ottomans. But this fragile balance across the Mediterranean would not last for long, because the rise of the Ottomans was about to change the struggle between Venice and Genoa forever. In 1378, one of the greatest wars between Venice and Genoa began, the War of Chioggia. The Genoese fleet advanced far enough to directly threaten Venice itself. But Venice refused to surrender and prepared for a final massive counterattack. In the end, Venice emerged victorious at Chioggia, and the balance of the Mediterranean shifted once again. After the War of Chioggia, Genoa struggled to maintain its former power. Political rivalries and economic troubles slowly weakened the city from within. Venice, however, survived thanks to its stronger and more organized state structure. But the true rising power in the Mediterranean was no longer Venice or Genoa. It was the Ottomans. By the late 14th century, the Ottomans were advancing rapidly through the Balkans. Meanwhile, the Byzantine Empire continued to shrink, leaving Constantinople increasingly isolated. Venice grew deeply concerned about Ottoman influence in the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. Genoa continued building cautious relations with the Ottomans in order to protect its trade. By the 15th century, Constantinople was far from its former glory. The once great empire now survived only around its capital. Venetian and Genoese merchants still dominated much of the city's trade. Meanwhile, the Ottoman state was growing stronger with every passing year. In 1451, the young Sultan Mehmed II ascended to the throne.